On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful
Good morning. I now call Norfolk County Budget Committee meeting of November 17th, 2022 to order. I'd like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised, so I would ask you ensure your phones are on silent mode for the duration of the meeting, and we'll call the meeting to order. First up, we will approve the agenda. Staff have requested the following items be added to the agenda: a motion to waive the rules of procedure to consensus motions for all items leading up to the final council approval motion related to capital budget. So instead of passing a motion at each and every time we change, we'll just do it on consensus and then do one final motion at the end. And we're going to add supplemental documentation from our deputation, Mr. Rusnick, circulated this morning. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Van Andriesche. All those in favor? It's carried. So read my notes here. In an effort for meeting efficiency, staff have requested that during item 6.5.1, when council discusses the proposed 2023 to 2032 capital plan, that council allow for all discussions related to changes within the capital budget to be made by consensus voting. Consensus voting is not official decision making, but rather agreement by consensus on the proposed discussions. Once the capital budget review has been completed, staff will make any required changes to the proposed budget as noted in the consensus motions and bring forward a final official motion for council to vote on prior to the end of the meeting. So we are again looking for another motion. May I have a motion to waive the rules of procedure to allow consensus? That's right, 2/3 voting for the capital budget. A mover, Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Michelle. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. We have one staff presentation today that will be deferred to section 6.5.1 of the agenda, and we have two deputations today. I would ask committee to accept the deputation for information after each speaker. Should committee wish to direct staff to bring a staff report back on any matters for further discussion, that can occur following the deputation. So first up, we have Ms. Lowry. Is she online? Good morning. Okay, welcome, Jenny. You have 5 minutes for your deputation. If you have any staff slides, just give us a second to get them put up, if they have them. If not, we have them in our agenda. Or they were, yes, they're in the agenda. The only issue is that they are black and white photos in our agenda, and I think probably a couple of them with the watercolor should be shared with council.
Sorry, did you actually provide a slide deck or just the individual photos and documents? You're muted, sorry. Jenny, you're on mute.
Oh my gosh, that's embarrassing.
It's all good.
Yes, I did provide, there is a slide deck, I believe, and there's a number of photos.
Okay, I'll pull it up. Just give me a few minutes. If she wants to get started, Councillor, I'll pull it up.
Okay, I can get started. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jenny Ball. I am a resident on Grace Street in Port Dover, and today I am representing the residents of Grace Street, Glenwood, Drayton, and Water Streets in Port Dover regarding water, sewer, and road service issues directly related to a deteriorating infrastructure installed half a century ago. Residents have experienced multiple issues over the years, with problems escalating in the last decade. Regrettably, because many of these issues relate to both safety and health, homeowners have been forced to repair property damage and improve water quality on their own. Several residents have been in contact with the county staff to address the issues and were advised that because a major replacement is due in 2029, only superficial and/or emergency repairs will be completed. Upon further investigation by several residents, we were advised that in 2021, Engineering and Environmental Services staff conducted a thorough review of all Norfolk County urban road infrastructures, including water, sewer, storms, and roads, assessing age, inspection data, material types, operational issues, etc. And from the rating system, the capital forecast was updated to include all high-risk priority road sections. We did request a copy of this document, but we're advised that since it was an internal staff report, we had no access to information that might help us understand where our streets fall in terms of priority. Today, we respectfully ask for council and mayor to review our concerns and discuss advancing the replacement date, currently scheduled for the 10-year capital budget for 2029. In these slides that we have, I can walk you through a couple of the issues submitted by residents in the area. However, this is just a small sample of what residents are experiencing. Okay, so we'll start.
So sorry, through the mayor, I don't see a slide deck. I just see a bunch of pictures and stuff. So I'm just going to put them up one at a time.
Okay, so that's the end. We can start there though, that's okay. So 14 Glenwood Street, this picture that you're looking at is their hot tub. Tea-colored bath water, you'll see tea-colored hot tub water, having to replace filters numerous times a year at $50 per unit. Sediment threatening the life of the hot tub, just like appliances in the home. If you want to advance from that one, the next picture, Glenwood again. This is really showing the tea-colored water. As you can see, the hose is in there. This is really what our water looks like on a day-to-day basis. The next slide. Again, water, dirty, dirty water. And this is showing the water after the jets have been run. So tea-colored water, she says, please see pictures attached. Water main breaks on this same property. Water main breaks in the last 4 years. And, oh, I'm sorry. This is a whole nother thing. This is about our water issues. The water main breaks on the road. Okay, so this next property is 305, 307 Gray Street. You're looking at her water filter. So constant tea-colored water, sometimes brown. And so this is a sink filter that needs to be replaced several times a year at $40 per filter. Appliance breakdown, repair, and replacement due to sediment in the water lines. Perfect, thank you. This is another picture of her filter. So here we're looking at the tea-colored water again in her bathtub. We all echo this same thing, so you're going to see this in a number of photos, but damage to our tubs, our toilets, they always look like this. It's pretty gross. So fridge water filters to be replaced monthly instead of the recommended every 6 months. If you can just pause at this one. And then finishing up 305 and 307, they had an entire sewer line replacement on the property, so several breaks all the way to the street. We're told that the problem still exists at the road. Cost to replace on their property, $15,000. So the image that you're looking at is actually my house, but showing you where the hydrant is. So moving on to 308 Gray Street. 308 Gray Street had a sewer backup in 2010. Plumbers on site and raw sewage was removed at their cost. Made upgrades to the basement, replaced entire sewer line to the property and driveway, connecting new sanitary lines to all Norfolk County lines. All Norfolk County approved. New driveway installed. This is, again, the same kind of thing that we all echo. Sediment in the water lines evident in toilets, dead end streets. So we're showing that hydrant. You can just pause on this one right here if you don't mind. We showed the hydrant for the 308 Gray Street just to show you where the hydrant is flushed. So the hydrant is flushed many times, weekly, bi-weekly, causing the water to discolor. This is, a cost to us. My particular house is the one that you're looking at in the background there. And this hydrant is flushed and basically washes out our road on a bi-weekly basis. We were advised that we should start flushing on the outside of our house instead of bringing the water into the home, which is also, a big cost to us, constantly having to come home from work and flush our water from the spigot on the outside of the house.
Sorry to interrupt, Jenny. You have 1 minute remaining.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So next, next slide. That's 311. Okay, so we are at my home here. So we constantly had appliance breaking down. We renovated this house in 2016, top to bottom, including all new sewer lines and all new water lines. This is a filtration system that we had installed into our home at our expense to help with some of the water issues we're experiencing. If you can hit the next slide. So these are water lines installed. Our new water lines were installed in 2006 or 2017. Right beside it to the left, you can see water lines that were installed for future washer and dryer access. Those are brand new lines as well. Our lines are that dirty from 2017 until now. A plumber was on site and said it was something he has not really seen on new lines like this. So the amount of sediment in our water is excessive. You can move to the next slide.
That's the end of staff slides here.
Oh, okay. There should be one for that right there, the blockage, Water Street. So the last one we'll cover is 201 Gray Street and 229 Water Street. Number of water backup issues. We've all had to replace the lines to our home. In this picture, though, you can see that in 2021, the sewer backup to 2029 Water Street, Clear Lines removed the blockage, high pressure line. It was 65 feet from the house. So these blockages are on the county property, not at the residence location. There's 2022 sewer backup again. This is a common thing. I'm sure all of you are aware of this. November 2018, we had in front of Water Street, we had a water break. No water
Jenny,
for 12.
I'm so sorry to do this to you, but just to be equitable, I'm going to have to cut you off here, but any council member is eligible to ask you if you had any closing slides left that you'd like to share. Pose it to you as a question. Councillor Berry.
I would love to know what Jenny's closing.
Thank you very much. Jenny, can you continue?
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. So really just showing you kind of where these water line breaks are happening. So we've had 2019 water line breaks, no water here for 16 hours. On Christmas Day, we had a water break and no water for the entire day. We've had 2 water main breaks, water in Drayton, no water for 24 hours. Glenwood, no water for 24 hours in 2021 again. And March 2022, Gray Street, no water for 8 hours. So again, we just respectfully ask that you take a look at the information. If we can provide more information, we're happy to do so. We have images and more maps to show if you're interested.
Thank you very much, Jenny. We appreciate that. Are there any questions to the deputation? Councillor Berry, go ahead.
Hiya, Jenny. Thanks for doing this morning.
No problem.
Would you mind sharing what the costs that you've incurred personally so far, like an estimate of how much you've spent?
Absolutely. So for my personal residence, we have had to replace our fridge because the water line was blocked, and so that's $2,000. Our water line to the street, we've had to replace that sewer line completely after we renovated our home completely top to bottom. The issue then flooded our basement, sewer backup in our brand new renovated basement. So that was over $10,000. This constant filtration system that we put in, that was $1,200. Our filters are recommended to be replaced every 6 months. We're replacing them every 1 to 2 months at this point, and they're $50 each. The list goes on and on. Toilets, our dishwasher had to be replaced. Yeah, it's probably over $20,000 in replacement costs at this point, just for our property alone.
Okay, and do you have a sense of how many residents in the area that you're talking about have had to make these kinds of repairs?
Everybody on Gray Street has had to do this sewer line. It's not really a joke, but it's kind of funny when people move in now. We're like, just so you know, this is going to happen to you. And that is the sewer line from the road or like to the street that we're replacing. We're digging out and building a moat around our houses for a couple days, replacing the sewer line to the street, and then being told that the issue is still at the county line there.
Right, so but
Back into
for,
the sewer.
for my colleagues who don't know the neighborhood, can you give an estimate of how many properties this is affecting?
15 or so. Then there's the side streets that are experiencing the same issues. So probably 30 homes, 30 to 40 homes in the area.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get at, is how widespread it is, so thank you for that. And then, so just so I'm clear, these, maybe not all of them, but many of them, or give me a sense of how many that you know of, who have made all the repairs possible that they can make up to where the county infrastructure, they can't fix anything else. You know what I'm saying? Like,
For over 50% of the residents have fixed these problems. I mean, we have raw sewage in our basements. It's not something that you can't replace.
so, okay, so you said there's probably about 40 properties and you're estimating about half of them, just, you know, anecdotally.
Yeah,
Have already done every single thing that they can
absolutely.
and spend all the money that they can to solve
Yeah.
this, and we're up to the county. Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Counselor Manandrishi, then Counselor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have you brought this issue to the county and what was the response?
Absolutely. So I've had emails with Amy, and I know other residents have had emails as well. The response that we're getting is just we are on the list to have infrastructure update in 2029. I brought the issue originally to Amy in, I think, email correspondence in 2021 when we had the filter installed, just kind of throwing our hands in the air, like we don't know what else to do. And it was, again, just it will be reviewed in the budget report. So, and we don't have access to the report that tells us a little bit more of why we were moved down the list to the 2029 infrastructure. So our response is really,
If I may, so you've not spoken with any department that handles water?
yes, actually, that, like, I can say I personally have spoken with people in the water department. I know Melissa Young and other residents have as well. We could get some of that correspondence for you. There's a number of email strings just saying it will be in the budget review. That's basically the response we're getting. And to come into this.
If I can ask, has the water been tested? Is there anything, is the water bad? Not necessarily, I think you've got maybe hard water or some water. I'm not a water expert, but have you had the water tested to see that it's fine to drink?
We have not personally had the water tested. No, I don't know if other departments.
Groundwater, and you've never had it tested?
Well, we had, what is that? It was a third party come out and they just recommended that we put in a water filter. They didn't, that was the answer. Put in
I
a
can
filter.
maybe jump in there a little bit. So staff have no concerns with the water from a safety perspective, that they are aware. Emails back and forth with Stephanie have occurred, but. Counselor Columbus?
So Jenny, really, there are two separate issues here because the water line and the sewer line definitely are not connected. So
True.
it's two separate issues and it's culminating into one. So really what you're looking at is the major repair of the whole street infrastructure.
We are, yes.
Thank you.
And I believe originally, it was in the capital for 2027, so it's additionally been pushed back as well. Counselor Duffy, followed by Counselor Huffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, Jenny, thank you for being here today and for this presentation. I'm sorry you're dealing with this. I'm just really quickly curious. If you turn on your tap in your kitchen to fill a glass of water, is it brown?
Yes.
Thank you.
Counselor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin, through you to Jenny. I guess my question is, you were originally told that you were on the capital budget for which year? Sorry, refresh my memory.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, but I'm just saying, you said, Chair Martin, 2027, and then they were moved to 2029.
Don't quote me on that without double checking the numbers, but I recall it was one of the first issues actually I learned about when I was elected, and it was in the capital plans. Sorry, the road concern came up first.
Okay,
I believe it was 2027. At that point in time, staff had no urgency, I suppose, to update the road infrastructure. These issues then subsequently started to roll in all around the same time with the neighboring streets.
Okay.
So I believe 2027.
Okay. And have Norfolk County staff actually been out to your property to look at anything?
Yes, we see Norfolk County staff outside of my property. They come and flush the lines almost every other day. So they have looked at it. I've talked to them about it. It's just, we never get an answer. Actually, the answer was to start turning the hose on outside of our home and run more water from there before bringing it into the home every time they flush the line. But, you know, we don't know when the lines are being flushed. We just, yeah, and you would not believe the discoloration in our toilets. Like, that's how you can tell the lines have been flushed, because it is brown water when you flush the toilet.
Okay, my last question is in regards to the raw sewage. What's happening there? How often is this happening?
So this happens to most residents until you replace the line coming from, like, the deterioration in the lines, I guess, over the years. Again, I've only been here since 2016. And it's a backup that happens at the street and then comes down to our properties. And this has only happened to us once, and we had to replace everything. So sewer lines in our home have been replaced all the way to the street, but we're also told at that point that this could happen again until the county replaces the sewer lines. The issue is at the street, is what we're told by the plumbers.
Okay, thank you very much.
The same thing happened to the people across the street from us. Just, I think this was last year. Raw sewer in their basement, completely gutting your whole basement. It's quite a process.
So I guess my last question is, what would you like to see happen then? Are you looking, would you be satisfied with it moving if 2027 was the date, or are you and the fellow residents looking for it to be moved up much sooner than that?
I'm speaking on behalf of the residents at this point, that we would like it to happen sooner than later. We're just asking at this point for, sooner the better. This issue is not going to get any better for us. It's simply getting worse. So I guess on behalf of all of us, we would love it to move up even sooner than that.
Councilor Breton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Jenny, and I do have some questions for Andrew. That'll come later. Jenny, I looked at the one photograph you had on here, and I apologize. I'm not that familiar with the streets in Port Dover, where they're located and that, but are you on the end of the street in your, pardon?
Yes, I am. There right at the end of the street. Yes.
Okay, and there's two problems: water color, number one, and sewage, correct?
Correct.
And you said you and your neighbor had the sewage problem?
Not just me and my neighbor. My neighbor had it the most recent. Actually, both of my neighbors had them kind of back to back. So those two, and then further on up the street on Glenwood, they have had it happen more than once. And that was the map that showed that the backup was at was 65 feet from their home. So it's actually on the county property where the backup is happening.
Did the county fix that, or did they correct that to the point where the sewage is not a problem? It's just water now. That you mentioned 30 or so customers. Is it mainly the water problem?
I mean, it's the water problem until you have sewer in your home.
Well, it goes into the sewer with water.
It's not the so most of the residents have experienced the sewer issue too, and it seems like something that you would fix from your house and you never deal with again. But one of the properties, I think it is 302, has had it happen in their home more than once.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to get clarity on there's a figure of 30 residents a few minutes ago. Are they all experiencing sewage and water problems, or is it just a few that experience the sewage problem?
I can't confirm that for you. I don't know how many have experienced it, but I know all of us are experiencing the water.
Okay, and can I ask you, again, I don't know the layout of the streets. How close are you to the water treatment plant down there? Where is it located from where you live?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Breton, to give you some context, this area is on the lake after, in behind the Lighthouse Festival Theater, a couple blocks back, sitting right on the lake. Actually by the public beach access, the big staircase. Any further questions to the Deputy Councillor Van Passen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just opened the binder just to verify it is in the capital budget for engineering work in 2028, but construction in 2029, $3 million fine. And yes, this is the old part of town. It's a dead end street. I'm sure that the water lines are not looped. It's probably way overdue to get replaced, and it's right almost beside the intake for the water treatment plant, but you got to go all the way around in a circle to get there from here. So, yeah, we can take the request and put it back to staff, move it up a little bit, but it is in the book to get done, but so is everything else in Norfolk County. Thank you.
Any further questions to the deputation? Okay, seeing none, let's have a motion to receive the deputation as information. Councillor Berry, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, Jenny, for coming and providing us with that information. We'll pick it up here and chat with staff.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time, everybody.
Okay, Councillor Breton, do you want to ask questions of staff?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, Andrew, I guess this is your area of expertise. The colored water, a couple of questions. One, like the colored water, do you treat down there, like, is there any manganese? What do you treat the water with at the plant? I know you've had lots of problems with the filtration plant, correct?
So through the chair, actually, our water quality in Port Dover is quite strong. We're drawing directly from Lake Erie. Our treatment process works very well. I know yesterday we talked about water quantity issue, but quality is actually quite strong in Port Dover. The issue that you have here is Gray Street is one of the councils with a very old neighborhood. So this is old cast iron pipe. So what we're seeing here is the degradation of that pipe causing discoloration of the water. Not necessarily any parameters in our raw water or our treated water. It's just really the age of the infrastructure there, both on the water and now more recently discovered the sewer side is quite old. Sewer is clay pipe and the water main is old cast iron pipe.
Just on the, when you clean those water mains, that Jenny's particular property being at the end of the line, it might not get swabbed down there. Is that safe to say?
So through the chair, we would not be swabbing water mains. That's a process that can open up a can of worms that is more problems than benefits, but we certainly do flush. And in Jenny's case, she would be at the end of the line. That is where we flush. Again, being an older neighborhood, this would be a dead end water main. In new design standards, we try to loop our water mains. We have continuous flow of water. In an old neighborhood like this, that is not the case. So our staff would be out there regularly flushing just to ensure that water quality remains safe for the residents.
And my other question would be, like, and I'm not sure who does your video work, but do you have any opinion on, have you videoed that sanitary?
Through the chair, the mayor, yes, we did. We actually have just been reviewing this in the background in light of this request coming up through Councillor Berry for review by staff. We have looked at the videos, has confirmed that it is old clay pipe. So yes, we can certainly see that being a problem. It was alluded to that the residents are replacing their sewer laterals. That is part of their responsibility. The sewer lateral is the homeowner's responsibility. So they would have a PVC pipe. But yes, it's discharging into an old clay main that is the county asset. So that should be upgraded as well. It's part of our current construction plans.
But in that video, I don't know when it was done, but did it show any major breakage or blockage in the sanitary?
Through the chair, on the sanitary side, no significant blockage, certainly some small, true penetrations and things like that, but nothing significant. But it is an old pipe. It is not in the best of shape, and certainly is something that still should be replaced, but no clear blockages on the county side. Certainly when sewer laterals were replaced, and county staff respond to make sure that the sanitary is flowing as intended, unimpeded. So it's functioning the county standards right now, but it does require a little bit more attention than it would if it was new infrastructure.
Thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes, just, I would hate to say that, I hate to take a bath in brown water. For sure. But, just wanted to make comment that I know in my subdivision, which was built in the 1970s, probably half the homes there have had their sewer laterals replaced already. So it's not uncommon if this thing's older than that. My question is, when do you think this could be moved up to from, instead of the 2029, but what would be some satisfactory to eliminate this problem to end?
So through the chair, I've been talking to my team about this. Certainly it was in the budget, the scheduled year based on condition of road, condition of sewer, condition of the water main, and it was there. New information has come forward, certainly. Looking at the pictures that Jenny had showed us, that is not something that I wish upon anybody. Looking at the CCTV camera, the sanitary sewer, certainly would benefit from early replacement. We'd be very supportive of looking to accelerate this up to design next year, see where we can schedule it into upcoming construction. But as Councillor Van Passen alluded to, there are lots of other infrastructure needs that we have across our county. We'd have to look at where is there another lower priority program that maybe we can bump out here to slot this in. But certainly this is a significant need. Until we get out there and do work from a county perspective, this problem will not disappear. We're moving forward with new upgrades at our plant, interurban water system. None of that's going to change what they're facing until the infrastructure down is there.
Thank you. That sounds like a great plan.
Not sure if Councillor Barry or someone else on the floor wants to send some direction to staff to bring us back some information. Councillor Barry.
Yeah, actually, before I do that, I do have a question, and I don't know who it goes to, so maybe is it now, maybe? Is there any, do we have any liability on this as a county? So like if, I'm looking at Jenny's example, so she estimates around 20,000 already. There's 40 households, so that quick math could be as much as 800,000. And then we have 6 or 7 years before it's scheduled right now. Like at what point, I guess what I'm getting is like, how much money can our neighborhood spend before it's a problem for us, legally speaking?
For you, Madam Chair, I'd be hesitant to talk about that in open session. What I would suggest is if it's a desire of this council to try to expedite and try to move this project forward, I would suggest you refer it to staff and let staff come back with what the new plan could look like. But I will caution you that there isn't sort of a pot of money that we can just tap into. So what it would mean is we're pulling something out of the schedule and delaying that particular project in order to advance this one, which we can certainly look at, and we'll bring back some options for council to consider. And then council can direct us to revise our capital budget accordingly in terms of the timelines for this project.
And I'd like to move that the council direct staff, request that staff does that to look to see if there are some options that we can move this up, and if it's acceptable to the council when that comes forward, that we can take action in.
Just to clarify, Councillor Barry, you want it to come back for this budget, right?
Yes, please.
Consideration. Okay.
As soon as possible.
Seconder. Councillor Duffy. Any further discussion, debate? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Carried. Thank you. Sorry, Teresa, you captured that direction. Okay. Okay, next up we have Mr. Resnick. Welcome, Dave. You have 5 minutes. Come on up to the podium there. You're just going to give that button a push. I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. And you've presented some information here to council members. Does staff have that? Do they need to put it up on the? Okay. Okay, take it away. You have 5 minutes. I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate Honorable Mayor Amy Martin and members of council. My name is Dave Rusnak. I'm a retired employee of the county after 38 years. And with your permission, I was wondering if I could just pass these photos through you, Chair, just for them to circulate. And before I do that, I just want to indicate this is the picture of the Quant sawmill in Delhi. And this picture is taken about roughly 1959 when it was still in use. These next two photos show the old Quant sawmill prior about 1974 to 78, prior to the township of Delhi fixing it up in 1978. You'll also note it has a log cart ramp with it. There's some interior machinery. And this is what the sawmill looked after 1978. This is about 1987 photo with the log ramp restored. Here it is again. And of course, this is more or less present to what the sawmill looks today, but without the log ramp. Understandably, today's present council has inherited this ongoing dilemma. Township of Delhi purchased Quant sawmill and other mills in 1974 for $35,000. I was at the age of 14. In 1978, Township of Delhi restored the sawmill only and rebuilt the log cart ramp that leads to the second floor. All the other mills were torn down. I was age 18. June 5th of 1996, an article in the Delhi News Record recorded by Delhi resident Joe Clark wants the sawmill restored. I was at the age 36. On Wednesday, November 20th, 2002, I had an article myself placed in the paper to restore the sawmill, page 42. Wednesday, October 27th, I had a second article in the paper to restore the sawmill, page 44. In the Delhi News Record on Wednesday, November 28, 2007, the mill restoration project was the brainchild of Brent Stephan, immediate past president of the Delhi Kinsman Club. Stephan explained he got the idea after reading about the failing condition of the structure in the Delhi News Record story. I was age 47 at the time, and that was from me that he saw that, and they took it upon themselves to go and have that mill fixed up, and unfortunately without the log ramp. Now, they were successful in getting a Trillium grant, and in brief, it says here in section C, outcomes of your grant. How will this project benefit the community? According to the Kinsman Club, the restoration of the Quants Mill will benefit both the local public and tourism as a usable resource to expand upon the existing activities in the Delhi Tobacco Museum as a multi-use cultural center for receptions, meetings, and related activities, and to the full integrate the site into ongoing development of the Quants Park and Mill. Now, here's the purpose of me being here. And they said this, and God bless them for it. The kinsmen only want one thing, and it hasn't happened. For the people to be able to have the privilege to view this breathtaking mill as it once was. Quant Sawmill with the dam and park was designated September 20, 2016 as one of Norfolk County's most amazing places, age 56 I am. At that time, Quant Sawmill has been approved by Norfolk County for historical designation in 2017. I'm age then 57. At the age of 62 now, the sawmill is yet to be open on a regular basis. Why have the kinsmen spend all their time and effort on $175,000 in donations, where today, Thursday, November 17, 2022, it sits as an unappreciated time capsule that's under Norfolk County care, where for now, it's doing it more harm than good. East troughs are splitting, exterior rotting of the siding is happening, yet minor, mind you, it is minor so far, with squirrels, mice, and rats calling it home. In short, if Norfolk County does not have the time, money, or will, then I would suggest, and I hate to say this, but I would suggest that we sell it, lease it, or rent it. You're saying, Dave, you can't mean that. You're darn right. It's only been over 40 years. So you have to excuse me how I seem to be impatient. So with that, so suggesting it could be a restaurant, microbrewery. We'll have to see what the future holds on that. So after so many years, it's time to make a long overdue decision. Please, no more engineering studies, no more staff reports, no more leave it with me. All the excuses, real or unreal, should have been dealt with prior to the Kinsmen's Club, again, spending $175,000 on this historic community project. This past Monday, November 14th, I was in discussion with Kinsman Brent Steffen, and he too is eager to get some answers on this matter. As a final note, perhaps a fruit and vegetable market could be encompassed inside the sawmill to give it a purpose with tables and to encompass the rest of the grounds as they do at Port Rowan at the pavilion there, to give it some sense of purpose. I'd be more than happy on my time to contribute, to give tours and so forth. At least to have it going from April to October. This is one of the best examples of a pioneer sawmill that's left in Norfolk County that contributed greatly to the old barns and tobacco kilns that are here today. It's right off the downtown. It's right off number 3. As you know, and God bless Norfolk County Township Delhi, the community businesses of Delhi and area who helped me, and I was a part of all these several committees of doing the Quants Dam, the landscaping of the dam, which was just recent, the lighting of the dam. We got 5 of 8 historical plaques exploring the dam. I personally live next door to all of this, and that's my personal hobby and interest. And I'm hoping we can make some good come out of the sawmill once and for all. And now I'm running out of time, meaning I'm hoping I'll be here when I'm age 92. But just be stubborn, I'll make sure I am. Thank you for your time, your consideration. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your deputation, and thanks for all of the historic information that you keep alive. I find it very, very interesting and very helpful to get caught up myself. So are there any questions to the deputation at this point? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin, through you to Dave. I've got to check my throat. When you were referring to the possibility of a farmer's market, have you had any discussions with anybody who would be interested in taking that on? Because it's quite an endeavor to take on a farmer's market.
Well, for my part, I'm suggesting to plant the seed, to work with Norfolk County, and I mentioned it to Melissa Culver, that we can at least help that building to have a sense of purpose where tables can perhaps be set up there, not just in the sawmill itself, it could be throughout the whole grounds, because as you know, there's hydro stacks in front of that sawmill for whatever purpose in the Quants Pavilion. So we could grow from there just to give people can have an idea to get in there. And there'll just be tables set. We're not going to change the structure or anything like this.
Any other questions? Councillor Van Andriesch.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Thanks, Dave, for your presentation. It was excellent. I'm very fond of Quonset Dam, and I think bringing purpose back to it and maybe a volunteer system to have it open more than what it can be open, I think is really, really important. And your suggestions are good ones. I like the idea of a farmer's market down there. I think it'll draw people down there. But you haven't talked to any of the farmers around some of we've got a lot of marketplace that could handle that. But I'm wondering, do you have a suggestion of who could be the contact person?
I haven't even gotten to that stage yet because I have to see if Norfolk Council will have to determine, well, is it handicapped accessible? As we all know, we don't have a 3-story elevator to going down to the Bacchus mill. So I'm hoping we can use common sense and have like a live camera to indicate to these physically challenged what it would look on the second floor. But I'm sure there's a few odd things probably after the fact where the can put 175 still need addressing. And then we could hopefully expand from there to see what direction Norfolk County would like to take this on.
Oh, thank you very much. And I do appreciate it because I don't want to let it go because I think it's something that adds to the area of Delhi. I mean, it's steeped in history and we can't lose it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dave, I have been in the building for quite some time. I know it was used for storage by the tobacconists. But is the equipment that's in there right now fully functional? Has it been restored to function?
That was the hope of the late Joe Clark, but no, my understanding is just everything's in a stationary position. I guess there could be possibility, but it is a steam engine that drove that sawmill, and the old boilers next door, according to my understanding, had went out in 1966.
So to repurpose this building to, say it like you mentioned, a brewery or something, you'd have to remove a lot of that equipment in there, and that equipment is actually part of the facility that the Kinsmen helped restore.
Correct.
So to unload this to someone else as a brewery, or it just doesn't make sense to me after it's been restored for that purpose.
I agree. But at the same time, we spent 175,000 and all you do is sit there and admire it from the outside. And the intent and purpose, as the council, as the Kinsman Club mentioned, their intent was for people to go in.
Yeah. Thank you.
So very.
Dave, you mentioned maybe that, the decision would be to rent it or to sell it. Has anyone expressed interest in renting or buying?
Well, I just mentioned verbally, I'm trying to remember the company name, SPG. I just passed it by them. There was no comment from them, but they did do the old linen mill in Waterford. And I believe there's a restaurant brewery there, if I'm not mistaken. And that, and the next half is the antique. That's just I hate to say that have to happen, but we're just sitting there doing nothing.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, thank you. Just a question, does the county look after this facility now? I'm certainly not up to date on it. Whose responsibility is it?
Well, I know it is, the county inherited through the township of Delhi, and it is underneath the heritage and culture. And there's some different ideas why wasn't open. One, because of staffing. Like I said, though, this is well after the Kinsman put all this money into it. Then possibility, it was to do again with a physically challenged, not getting access to it. But then again, this is well after the fact. They should have, my opinion, hindsight's 2020. Back then, council and committee should have had that all figured out, whatever the circumstances was. I believe that, if I recall correctly, the first floor is all concrete. It is heaved here and there. They may or may not have to be replaced at that too.
So, like, this building has been sitting there for X number of years with the county's responsibility to look after it. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
And nothing has been done?
Well, since 2007, where it was fixed up with the Kinsman Club, the intent was to get bus tours. I gave some of the report on that.
Yes.
There has been, we understand, the odd individual bus tour, the odd individual to go in there, but then it fell to the wayside. Why? I really don't know.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your deputation. A mover and a seconder to receive the deputation as information. Councillor Vandenjushi, Councillor Columbus, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Columbus.
Madam Mayor, could we get some reference from Mr. Brandon Sloan regarding where this is at? And obviously we knew it was coming forward today, where it fits into the program and where we're going with it. I think we probably need a report, but if he wouldn't mind sharing what he thinks about this.
That'd be great. I'd appreciate that too.
Thank you through the chair, and I may rely upon my friend, Mr. Cridland, as well. So a few thoughts on this particular one. It is a building that is within a park, so the county owns the park, we own the building. It is an asset. Although I'm not a heritage expert, I would say that it is definitely a component of a significant cultural heritage landscape within Quan's Park. It's an amazing feature. There is so it's a facility that we own. So our heritage and culture who operate the museum have had some discussions with our facilities and operations folks. There is money that was in 2022 or existing for an assessment of the building, I believe, or something to do with review of the building. There is money in, and our facilities folks have money in the capital budget. It's on page 58. The Quants Mill building restoration. It's currently sitting in 2026. The deputation is correct. It is not accessible. He's also correct that there are some resourcing challenges. So we have 2 curators operating 3 museums right now. So this is another building. He's also correct, and Councillor Columbus is correct that, and my understanding is the equipment is part of the building. It's in there. It is left as it was, and it is, if there was to be any other uses, which is something that could be considered in the future, it definitely would change the character of the building, of course, and be a significant effort to do something. But I would say that in looking at other possible uses or having it open to the public and to function, we should consider it with a broader plan, one for that park, for museums in total. But also there's, I would either refer the deputation or just advise council that the Chamber of Commerce and the Delhi BIA would be important partners in considering the future of this area. And I have been having some confidential discussions with them about the future of Delhi and a plan for Delhi and the park. And this building does come up into that. So at this point in time, it would really help to get that assessment. I think council is aware that having assessments of older buildings is important to know what the capital costs are going to be moving forward. And currently, we don't have the operating resource ability to operate or open it for anything, to be honest. Although it is an amazing resource.
Councillor Van Dusen.
Question to you, Brandon. Is there possibilities of grants or projects that could be help get money through the government of some sort for under the guise that it is heritage?
Through the chair, it's obviously something that we are active on the grant front. We were able to actually secure a grant for some operating reasons, and that's why we have a temporary person that can operate the Delhi Museum right now to the end of the year. There could be grants that we've seen out there for accessibility. Seems to be a key one. So you'll see in the budget, there's a few things about vertical lifts or elevators or washrooms for AODA. Those are things that could be open for that. We can continue to apply and look at it. I don't think there's anything that's on the horizon right now, but I know they also work with the facility folks as well, and they've been pretty successful at various grants. I think we need to, sorry, I think it would be very helpful to have that full assessment of the building to know.
Councillor Columbus.
Great, Mr. Sloan, when you say resources, I take it you mean human resources. And we recall that, like you said, that we have 3 museums open and 2 staff, right? So what's the plan? I guess we'll deal with this in January, going forward to restaff the museums back to where they were so that we don't lose these cultural heritage, like to respect our former industries like the tobacco industry, the forest industry in this case. What are we doing to are we going to be restoring in resources in January to make these buildings functional?
Yep, through the chair, appreciate the comments and the thoughts about that and the question. And I think we'll probably I would say refer that to our January budget discussions and how that fits into the mix of the other new business initiatives and resourcing requirements we have throughout the corporation and our overall priorities moving forward.
Yeah, look forward to it.
So to clarify, Brandon, the $10,000 in today's budget that we'll discuss later is going to give staff the ability to execute on a study of the facility. Those findings can come back to us and we'll continue the conversation at that time.
Through the chair, maybe I'll lean on Mr. Quinlan or Michael's on there, because I believe that the money is already in an existing account from 2022 to do the building assessment. I just don't know if it's been completed or if it's actually looking at something slightly different. I don't know if Bill.
Sure, and I guess the
background
point that
on
I'm
that
getting at is that it will, like some findings will come back, so we don't need to provide you with direction today is what I'm asking. Is that correct?
I would say generally that's correct, because we already know that the building needs to be restored. It already is in the capital budget, and similar to comments earlier, it's in the lineup.
Go ahead, Bill. Thanks.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, if I may, just comment. Facility staff are just finishing up, recent 2020 building condition assessments on most buildings. This building is in that group. So we hope to have a fulsome report. And Michael said in January, we've got December, but it'll be January for levy budget. So from a facilities aspect, yeah, staff go in, they do inspections, they make sure there's no water leaks, that the hydro's on, that sort of stuff. If something's hanging off the building, they fasten it back on. This next study will, building condition assessment, I think will pin down everything the building needs. It will also have $2,021 towards what it would cost to renew. And I think from the facility side, gonna have to kind of work with our the Brandon and his folks, because if whatever the building's gonna play in the future, we'll have to fix it up. If it's still in limbo, we're not in any big rush to do anything there until we know what the future holds in place. So, I guess we'll get the building condition assessment and then provide the talk here in January, the levy and staff and stuff like that. Let make it.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. So unfortunately, Mr. Resnick is going to get more studies, but I think that's probably important for us. So to be continued. Okay, we have no communications listed on the agenda today, and then we're going to jump into the staff reports and the budget. So it is 9:59. Why don't we take 10 minutes right now, go stretch your legs, grab a new coffee, and then we're going to jump in right with the staff reports followed by budget.
Country road, bound to be back for more of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. if you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 Norfolk.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are going to jump into the budget. We have 3 staff reports, and then we will go into the overview on the budget. So I have a couple comments that I'd like to share before we get started here and open our first official budget. Norfolk County, with the help of staff, has certainly made some financial improvements over the last few years. Our reserves sit in the black for the most part, and for this year at least. We've scrubbed the budget line by line annually. We've made divisive and upsetting community changes, all done to demonstrate responsible and sustainable use of tax dollar spending, while still swimming upstream to provide the basic supports and services to the public, which are constantly being challenged by the public, who rightfully so are looking for more. As we get our feet wet, as a new team, I urge you to put your ward boundaries aside and find the strength to continue to make bold decisions that promote best and most transparent use of county resources and community tax dollars. While positive strides have been made and we see more improvements to our reserves, we also know that we don't have enough money in them to sustain a single year's worth of capital commitments. They are still insufficient. I urge this council to continue to make the necessary commitments to our reserves as we have a positive trajectory in our future. And this continued plan will leave the community with the supports it needs to plan for a better tomorrow. But unfortunately for this term of council, we aren't there yet. Those reserve contributions are going to be made while more and more debt payments are withdrawn. Yes, the reserve accounts will improve, but our debt will rise considerably. Our 15% annual repayment limit will be exceeded before the next 10 years is up, hitting over 18% by 2027 unless significant upper level funding comes to us for our most basic infrastructure needs, water. Which leads me directly to the changes associated with the interurban water supply. Initially budgeted at 290 million to be committed over the next 10 years, this takes $0 into consideration for future decommissioning of facilities if we're successful. The interurban water system will also see increases over the coming years. We must make a plan to determine a minimum request for support from upper levels of government and determine firm deadlines as to when we can receive said funding so that we ensure we don't spend $1 more of today's taxpayer dollars than what is required on the interurban water supply without these major funding commitments to protect our taxpayers. We have a capital plan with expenditures totaling $842 million over the next coming years, and that number will rise as actuals roll in. This year alone, we see an increase of 171 million from the capital plans printed just last year, up 25% due to a variety of reasons, but revised cost estimates coming in at 64 million and inflation at 37 million. Staff will share more about this shortly. The capital plan will see 62.5 million in projects planned for this year alone, and staff have sifted through this budget with a fine-tooth comb to proceed with only the most essential and necessary projects to keep our increases palatable and possible, to the tune of more than 20 million being deferred to a later date. While there's still a lot of hard work ahead of us, we have the great privilege of working with the fine staff here at Norfolk County to set forth a plan and make decisions that are responsible and feasible for our community. Your voice will be heard. The priorities of your community will be given consideration. I ask that you do so with the same tolerance and desire to grow full communities across Norfolk, not just in your ward boundaries. We have a lot to lose, but we have a lot more to gain if we make strategic plans for the future, one budget at a time. Thank you for your commitment and dedication to being open-minded as we go through the budget and continue the hard work. Let's get to it. We'll start right away with our staff reports, of which there are 3. I think we're going directly into report OPS 22-0034, Mr. Cridlin and Devin Hunter for surface treatment program.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Operations staff will be presenting 3 reports here this morning. I think will be very brief in nature. All 3 of these reports, staff felt it was very timely to bring the reports in as just before or as council are stepping into the capital budget. Each report brings some positives and negatives, and I think I will definitely turn the mic over to Devin Hunter, the Director of Roads, here very soon to talk about the tar and chip. With the tar and chip program, there will be a capital savings in equipment and any future costs. However, there is a slight increase to the levy due to some waging component. And by outsourcing the tar and chip program, there are a number of efficiencies that staff see we will gain. And those efficiencies are not even limited to the roads department. It can stretch out to the whole operations group with our park operations and our facilities group, where we may have at times have an extra body that can go from the roads to the parks. And that's kind of when we put operations together that we wanted to get to that place where we have a bigger work pool, nobody siloed, and we can switch here pretty quickly and hopefully supply better customer service to the ratepayer. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Devin Hunter, who will go through some of the details of the report, and Devin and I will both be here for any questions you may have after. Choose yours, Devin.
Great, thanks, Bill. Through the mayor, I'm Devin Hunter, Director of Roads, here to present Ops Report 22-34 Surface Treatment Program. Norfolk County Roads Department operates and maintains roughly 4,200 kilometers traveled road. This number grows marginally each year as new developments come online. Of that 4,200 kilometers of roads, 1,200 kilometers are treated with what we commonly refer to as tar and chip surface treatment. Like any other asset, these roads have a life cycle, need to be maintained, and are required to be retreated over time. Historically, the Roads Department has undertaken the task using their own equipment and workforce. This is done annually in the summer and is known as the tar and chip program. On average, we retreat about 90 kilometers of tar and chip roads each year, which works out to be a 13-year life cycle. This has been economical, an economical way to maintain our roads, but unfortunately is no longer the case. As is the current trend, the cost of materials has gone up, and as a small purchaser, this becomes more dramatic. The cost to maintain our specialized equipment has gone up over the years as our fleet continues to age. We are also expecting to spend approximately $1.4 million on replacement vehicles for this program over the next few years. This is equipment that is only used for the Tarnship program and runs for about 5 to 6 weeks a year. Operations staff are recommending that we no longer complete this program in-house and instead contract the work to a third party. By doing this, we can avoid the $1.4 million capital replacement cost, take advantage of large-scale companies' economy of scale on materials, minimize liability on the county, and free up staff to focus on customer service. We feel the amount of work completed by external forces will be similar to that completed under the current program, and it will be done in a more timely manner by professionals that complete the work 6 months a year. Staff will in turn be available to complete work orders in a timelier manner and better serve the public. Road maintenance was a major concern during the past election, and we feel this will go a long way to eliminate those concerns. With that, staff recommends that report OPS 22-34 be received as information, that the annual surface treatment program be outsourced through external contractors commencing in 2023, and that the proposed 2023-2032 capital plan be updated to reflect the changes related to the outsourcing, and that the operating and increased roads maintenance service level impacts associated with outsourcing the surface treatment program, as outlined in Table 1, be included in the proposed 2023 levy supported operating budget as council approved initiative in the amount of $34,800, and further that staff be authorized to sell all county owned specialized surface treatment equipment gov deals, with proceeds being transferred to the capital equipment replacement reserve. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. Questions from council, Councillor Columbus, Breton, and Van Hendrickje.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To me, this recommendation makes sense. Couple questions though. Will somebody still be supervising the work of the contract?
Through the mayor, it would be similar to a capital project that is currently run by the engineering group. So our plan going forward would be to have the engineering group tender the Tarnship program. In turn, there would be a project manager assigned to that program.
And the best time to do this Tarnship is when it's really warm out, so we won't be sidelined by having it done in September, October, or April, May. Hopefully we can get it done in July as we've been doing in the past.
There's a couple of rules of thumb on that. It depends on the emulsion. There's a couple different grades of emulsion. You can use a more cold weather type emulsion that does work well in those cooler months. We would be subject to availability by the contractor, but it's not a concern as we could manipulate the actual emulsion to better serve the weather conditions.
And lastly, we're talking about 5,770 additional hours available for road staff, which is if you divide that by 40-hour week, it's 144 weeks of labor. Seems like a lot. And it probably works out to a year, 2.7 men per year on a year basis. So is that actually how many dollars are expended on Tarnship is 5,770 hours? That seems like a lot.
Yes, that is correct. Some components of the Tarnship program are very labor intensive. If we have to pulverize a road, rebuild, or convert something from gravel to Tarnship, that is very labor intensive. We have essentially full yards, possibly multiple yards allocated to those projects. And going forward, we see that as a benefit to repurpose those hours into better serving the public. Things like trees, which are constantly just in the backlog, concrete work, any of these kind of hot button issues that you constantly hear about, that would be our focus. And I think we would be able to provide better customer service with our current staffing levels.
Just one more, Madam Mayor. A lot of times we post signage, watch for overhead wires and that type of thing. Would that be the contractor's responsibility or is that the county's responsibility?
It would kind of be twofold. So we would still be doing the prep work. So the county staff would be doing the hot mix padding to build the road back up before the contractor comes in. We would be required to put the signage up for that. In theory, we should remove it. And as the contractor is responsible for their own safety, they would be required to put the signage. Thank you.
Councillor Breton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess to Devin, Devin, It's a good report. I guess that's the trend today. I guess my question is, who's still in the business, privately? More John, is there other, I'm not even familiar with who's left in that business. Is there enough contractors to make a suitable bid, if we?
Sure, through the mayor. Actually, all of our surrounding municipalities, our neighbors, they all use different contractors. So we have Walker, who was formerly Norjon. We have Duncor and then Cornell. So there are three kind of big players in the game that would provide competitive bidding.
Okay, and they would, like in the past, you bought your stone and emulsion, I guess, but now they will supply everything. You bid it by the square meters? Is that how they do it, or?
It's typically by the liter for the emulsion, as it does come in a tanker, and then the stone would be by the ton.
Okay, so, and you said in here in your report, I think I read someplace where you do about 90 kilometers a year. Is that still feasible, or?
We believe so. Basically, the economic scale would expect similar results.
Okay, and the last question I have is, I'm sure emulsion is going up quite readily, with things right now. Is that safe to say you've figured that into your long-term plans?
That's correct. So this year in particular, we saw a 3% increase in the price of emulsion, and that is with the contracted price. Our contract is subject to the market value. Essentially, our provider can't lose out any money on our contract, so they had to increase their price to us by 40% just based on the actual index of that bond.
So you price that emulsion like you do your paving, like at the time it's paid for, is there like a MTO formula for that, or is it?
That's exactly right. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Banandrishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Devin, I see that we could recognize $185,000 worth of savings, but my concern is, as you mentioned, that the neighboring municipalities have contracted that out. My fear is with us going out on the marketplace as well, and I think the question was asked by Doug, if you think they're sufficient, and that does concern me. Likewise, the manpower is not being maintained. So doing something in-house and you still have your manpower, and I know where you're looking at is the replacement of the equipment. So I find it difficult. I have a concern, and I hope, have you approached some of these other companies just out of curiosity to request, are you capable of taking more on? Or are you capable of taking more on to the, because I know you're going to put it out for tender. I do understand that. But at the end of the day, you have to know if these guys have the time and the manpower to do it with the escalating costs that are on their back as well. So I have major concerns with that. I have major concerns with dumping the equipment right away. I don't think that's a great idea in my opinion. I'd like to hear your opinion on that.
Mayor, I'll just step in. When word started to spread that Norfolk County was going to get out of the tire and chip business, because we are one of the only ones. We are also a single-tier municipality with 90, sometimes 100 kilometers a year. We're fairly big compared to a lower level municipality that may do 20 or 30 kilometers a year. So there was a lot of interest in the players. Is this what we're hearing? We'd love to get Norfolk's work. We work next door to you. So, I mean, I'm only as good as my word or their word. They're in the business and they like to maximize. So if they can keep the crews going and buy an economy of scale of emulsion. So for all intents and purposes, we feel that they will bid our work. We also want to get it work with Mike King and engineering, get that tender out very early. And that's always a good thing, because the companies, when you come out of January, February, they like to know they've got a big project locked down. And I don't think anybody would turn their nose at 90 kilometers of tire and chip. That's pretty big for one municipality. And I think while I'm talking here, I think we're okay with holding the equipment. I mean, that does make some sense. I think we just wanted to have the go ahead to disperse of equipment. We go through gov deals. That would be the plan. But if council wishes to store that equipment, I mean, we're limited for space, but I mean, it's outdoor construction equipment. It could sit at the back of the yard for a couple of years till we're comfortable that we've you know, the room's gonna work. I don't think that's an issue.
Just for, if I may, just further that, I understand your point. I don't know if 2 years, but once you've gone into your first contracts, then you'll kind of know and be able to judge from that. Because I look at a savings of 185,000 and big bang boom, I sneezed and the cost went up 200,000. So it just, if you could hang on, if that's the will of council, is to hang on, just to be cautious.
I suppose hanging on to it is kind of irrelevant if they were gonna have to purchase more anyways. So hang on to it for a little while we test out. Right. Okay, Counselor, sorry, I got next up here. Counselor Van Passen, followed by Huffman, then Michelle.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I've actually been waiting for this report or this type of report for quite some time, because if you can take your memory back to 4 years ago, when we did our first budget, I was tasked with a review of the county-owned equipment. And it didn't take long for me to come back with a verbal report to say, until we start changing how we do things, there's not much point in reviewing the equipment we own. And here is a good example of changing how we do things, not replacing $1.5 million worth of equipment, getting the more value from our workers to specialize more in the maintenance of the roads rather than rebuilding them. And in the long run, I do believe that is a much better option. It's easier and cheaper to maintain something than it is to have to rebuild it at the end of 10 years. So if we can get ahead of the game with the maintenance, keep our staff busy doing that, and get ahead of the game and have a contractor come in to do that, what takes us the last 6 weeks of summer to do, our staff can be doing other things. So I appreciate this report. I've been waiting for it for 3 years. And I hope it's a start of more similar sort of concepts coming forward that we can look at. Not so much saving money, but getting more work done with the same dollars we have now. So I appreciate this report. And unless there's more questions, I'd be happy to move this recommendation.
One second.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Through you to Devin and Bill. I guess my question is, looking at some of the calculations that Councillor Columbus put forward, just wanting to ensure, will there be any reductions in our staff complement?
Through the mayor, no, there wouldn't be. We're kind of looking at it as we're able to get back to the service levels we had previously. We've lost a few staff through budgets over the last couple of years, and this would kind of give us an opportunity to get our service levels back to what the public expects.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to Devin. Devin, if this were to be approved today, would there be any transition impact on any already scheduled projects?
Through the mayor, no, there wouldn't be. Essentially, we see this as being a smooth transition. We've already identified the roads that we would have done next year. Essentially, we would tender those roads specifically to the contract.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I just want to say I think this is a very smart thing to do. So I really note that I appreciate staff thinking in that direction, because I think it's probably where we need to be heading. And I note that Councillor Van Passen has put the motion, and I would happily second that.
Perfect. Motion has moved and seconded. Any further debate, discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Back over to you, Bill.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, we'll just give Devin and Mr. Shoemaker a chance to switch seats here. So this obviously is the second ops report coming forward. I believe if my numbering is right, this is OPS 22053 arena dressing room expansions. And again, this report we're basically asking to bump a capital expenditure from this year or from next year down the road a year. What staff are hoping to do is Mr. Shoemaker will give some information on how we got to this point. We do have grant money for the arena expansions, and the arena expansions came for a lot of reasons. First of all, gender identity is now a big thing, and we do have males, females, and I'm not sure, different folks that use our arena, so we have to have the change rooms for that. We also, minor hockey has made a big change over the last couple of years where the younger folks play half ice. So basically, instead of having one team on the ice, you have two teams, which double up the dressing rooms. And also in the 4 arenas that we've selected for the expansions, was always always problems with tournaments. We'd have folks coming in, they'd have to wait for the team ahead of them to dress, move their bags out. So definitely the arena dressing rooms are needed for a lot of good reasons. And with that, I'll turn over to Mr. Shoemaker, the Director of Parks Operations, to give a little history on how we got here and talk a little bit about the grant money. And again, at the end, Todd and I will hear for any questions we have. Todd, floor is yours.
Through the mayor, over the past 6 to 8 years, Ontario Minor Hockey Association has changed their mandate on cross ice play. It originally started at the entry level of play, but has moved up to, I believe, the novice and atom levels now. What this means is that instead of requiring 2 dressing rooms per hour rental, they require 4 dressing rooms now per hour rental. This became a huge problem in 4 of our arenas, as none of them have enough dressing rooms to accommodate these. During the 2018 to 2027 capital plan review, council approved projects for the redevelopment expansion of dressing rooms at the 4 county arenas, Delhi, Langton, Port Dover, and Warren. In 2019, there was an opportunity for Norfolk County to apply for the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, Community Culture and Recreation Stream, Rehabilitation and Renovation Intake Grant. The cost used in the application were increased to a total of $825,000 for each arena, for a total combined project cost of $3.3 million. In January of 2022, facility staff issued an RFP, which resulted in prime consultant services with Baptiste Architecture being a successful bid. Baptiste Architecture has since provided a Class D estimate for the dressing rooms and the expansion project, which resulted in a revised cost estimate of $7.86 million. This represents a price increase of over 250%, as the approximate cost per square foot has increased from around $400 a square foot at the point of application to a Class D estimate of $1,029 per square foot. At this point in time, if Norfolk County Council were to move forward as planned and amend the over $4.5 million we would require, which is not recommended by staff at this time, Op staff believe that the optimal decision is to defer the start date of these projects for a period of 1 year. This would be in hopes that construction prices return to pre-COVID-19 levels, being able to complete the planned work without a significant burden on Norfolk County's share of the cost. That will be.
Councillor Van Passen, Councillor Berry, Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to staff, can you confirm how long do we have to spend the grant money?
We have until March 31st of 2026 to spend the grant money, but we have until March 31st of 2027 to complete the project.
Councillor Berry. Councillor Columbus.
Thank you. Was La Petite Architecture the lowest bidder? How many bidders was there? I don't have that number. That was put out by facilities, and I'm sure we can get that answered.
Okay, can you give us an indication of the scope of work? Like what all is it? Is it an addition to the existing washrooms?
Yeah,
just more details about that.
Through the mayor, it is an addition of a minimum of 2 new dressing rooms for each of the 4, plus a storage room and a janitor's closet is what it is. I think Delhi was 3 dressing rooms. So it came in quite significantly higher than the 850, 875, whatever it was. I think it came in at almost 2 million itself.
And I take each of these have a plumbing,
Yes,
full plumbing and everything. That's where the money comes in.
yes, they will have showers, washrooms, everything that a regular dressing room has, plus they will be totally accessible. And I know, like in Waterford, we will be able to put in the accessible lifts, which they actually require with some of the groups that they have there who own their own, and we have to take in and out, in and out.
Thanks for that scope of work.
Counselor Duffy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to staff. Thank you for your work in putting this report together. I have 3 young children, 2 of which play hockey. I play hockey myself, so I spend a lot of time in our local arenas and in these ones as well. And I can certainly say that with kids in minor hockey and they have 4 teams on the ice, it is a lot, and it's a tight squeeze to get into those dressing rooms, certainly, and figuring out bathrooms and such is a challenge. I do also think it's important that we are working hard towards inclusivity. So I appreciate the scope of work that needs to be done and would recognize its importance. A couple of questions. What sort of guarantee is there then that we'll actually get this project underway next year? And what happens if construction prices don't come down within next year? Then where are we at?
Through Madam Mayor to the councillor. Yeah, very good question. I think part of the criticism of give staff on this is we can't tell you what the prices are going to be like next year. Things are crazy right now. Everything we're purchasing with the capital budget and that. So we're just seeing time. We don't want to forfeit the grant money. We may have a bad news story next year at this time to say that we waited a year and prices are now higher. We're hoping prices are lower. So it's a bit of a gamble. Council could make a couple decisions. They could say, go ahead with now, we'll find the money, or cancel everything. And staff are just thinking the safest bet is let's give another year, because we have about a year to play with. And after that, timelines get very tight by the time we tender for the work and actually get a contractor into it, because contractor availability is tight at these times too. So we're just hoping it's a little better picture for construction prices and contractors a year from now. But that's just our guess, our hope.
Counselor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin, through you to staff. I recall this issue coming forward to us at the very beginning of our last term, and we haven't made any movement on it. I feel that we need to get something started. What would be the precedent in terms of which arena would be chosen first to do the work?
Through the mayor, the way it was going to be set up was that there would be 2 done at a time. So that it would be Delhi and Langton first, and then Waterford and Port Dover the second term. But with this moving it forward 1 year, we may put them all out at the same time to try and, again, to save the time that we need to get this completed in the amount of time that we have.
Counselor Breton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To Mr. Shoemaker. Question I have is with the grant, can we spend only the grant, or do we have to match it all the time? The reason I ask that, like if we wanted to do one arena now and set it up, could we do that with strictly the grant?
Through the mayor, no, we can't. If we have to apply for a change of scope, that actually takes probably 2 to 3 months to do on its own. And if we drop from 4 to 3, then we will lose that percentage of the grant as well.
Okay. A second question I have is, there's no secret about hockey, and I know the enrollments have gone down considerably that I'm aware of. I don't know if it's because of the cost and the commitments by parents, but it's been very obvious. And I'm wondering long term where we're going. Like if we expand on all of these. Have you had any insight as to where we're going with some of that stuff?
Through the mayor. I don't, but I know right now with the numbers of the older age are the numbers that are dropping off. The entry level numbers are still very high every year, and we're finding, yeah, it's with the four. What happens is they have to put a divider out on the ice. In minor hockey, I think all of them have purchased these metal dividers that go out and divide it into two. So because that's there, they have to bring little ones in back to back to back. That's why we're running into the problem with the dressing, is we don't have, if we didn't have them back to back and we had just a regular game in between, we have the sufficient rooms. But it's the time that we need to take that divider out and in and out and in that we lose all the time. So, but no, I don't see anything where it's going as far as the older age kids. But like I said, the younger ones, the numbers are still very good, minor hockey.
Thank you.
That's probably a great question for later on today when we get to page 64 of the budget. There's $154,000 for a rec master plan update and also a conversation about when we get into our strat plan, the bigger direction that we're headed with recreation as well. So I want to plant that seed. Councillor Michelle, Councillor Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff. I just have a question about the scope of this project, because I'm just trying to envision a couple of our arenas. Is there going to be a need to alter the building envelope in these cases?
There will not be. Through the mayor, no, there will not be. This is all going to be additions on the side of the current building. We currently have the hallways that feed to the dressing rooms. We're just going to be extending those hallways out into an addition that we're adding.
Councillor Barry.
Thank you, Mayor. And through you, Todd there. You mentioned earlier about the ability to maybe have, or sorry, how the dressing rooms right now impact tournament play. Do the new dressing rooms give us the opportunity to have more tournaments? And if so, is there any revenue to the county that maybe looks a little better going forward? Is it not significant? Do you have a sense of that?
Through the mayor, I would say there is opportunity to have more tournaments. Whether the organizations would want to do that or not, they could probably make the tournaments they're having larger. But to bring in other tournaments, then that's ice lost to their own organization. So they try to limit it to 2 or 3 a year. They don't try to go 4 or 5 because they don't want to take the ice away from their own residents. So.
My apologies, Councillor Panandrishi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, the dressing rooms and that we have and I'm going to refer to Langton. Where would you go to add those on? Because we're the way our side is. I don't know what you would do. I don't think it would be an expansion going out into the parking lot, except coming to this, broadening this side. Is that what you were thinking?
Yes, for Langton, we originally looked at the north side, but we can't because that's where the side where the community center is.
Yeah.
Because that's where the septic system is.
That's right.
So we have to go to the south side, east side. I'm not sure which way that's situated, but that's the side that we will have to go to, and it will tie right into the current building.
And which you'd have to use that hallway at where the entry and exit is to add on to more dressing rooms that way. Is there any possibility that as a council, we could send a letter off to the ministries that are directly involved with minor sports for asking for more grant and explaining the cost elevation? Because I mean, they offered this money in the time that they thought that it would be feasible to do what they were doing. But at the end of the day, if prices have increased, I'm wondering if it's fair to approach them again and look for more grants, or are there any other grants that we can maybe tap into?
Through the mayor, I got two grants on my, one of them. We've asked both about additional funding and neither of them have additional funding available. One of them, we can put other funding from other grants with it. And one of them we can't. And I believe the dressing room one is the one that we can put other funding from other grants with. So we can apply for other grants, maybe even over the course of the next year, and see if we can get additional funds to do that.
So the accessibility one might be one that you could, but I mean, we need to have accessibility in all of the arenas to get an elevator or lift or whatever, or accessibility for people that are coming to view the kids. My next question would be, and I know OMHA in their wisdom with this, putting the little guys onto 4 teams on the ice at a time and putting the boards out is the parents and the coaches are really tired of hauling them in and out. I think, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure the organizations are approaching OMHA to say like, look we're not doing it now. Like, give me a break because they need the full ice rather than the ice. And that's unfortunate that came in, that causes a problem. So, all I can say is there is a need, but there is also a need for some repairs in some of our arenas, like some of our showers aren't working. And I'm getting a lot of criticism from the older guys in the senior league still. But we should be looking at our showers and making sure that everything functions and what we have. So unfortunately, it's a sign of the times to add additional dressing rooms. And I appreciate the report and I wish you all the best to try to stretch that dollar. Thank you.
Councillor Breton.
Just one last thing. Yeah, it's just a thought here. You know, when my kids were small, they used to go to the rink dressed, came home dressed. But anyways, my question is, if in the future prices don't come down and we decided we could only afford to do 2 arenas, could we not funnel the kids, you said from what, Tyke to Adam, that use half ice into those 2 arenas? Is that a possibility?
Through the mayor to the councillors, watch what I say because I know hockey parents are very passionate. You know, when push comes to shove, I think we could. We own the arenas, we schedule them, and they would have to, I would hope that we could work with their user groups. That would be a bit of a shift for the Norfolk folks, but I think we'll just see where we go in the next year. And if it is just an option to do 2 now, it's not saying that there may be grant money further down the road or our finances are a little better when we can do that. So it's definitely an option. Just use that as a last president at this time.
Madam Mayor, I played hockey through COVID and we had to dress at home and go to the rink as adults. So it can be done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, staff. I think we've got nothing to lose. We're not, oh, sorry, Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
One more question. We're doing a facility tour, I believe, next week. Can we kind of drive by some of these places with the bus or whatever we're on, just to point out where these additions would go?
Through the mayor, yes, I believe we do a drive by Dover Arena and we actually stop at Delhi Arena. So I will make sure Mr. Shoemaker's there or on direction on what side of the buildings the additions are going.
Excellent, thanks. My comments would just be, I don't think we have anything to lose if the grant money doesn't go anywhere. So thanks for the suggestion. We have a staff recommendation printed on page 41 of the agenda. Does anyone wish to move that or an alternative? Councillor Van Passen moving the recommendation, seconded by Councillor Berry. Okay, no further discussion. Call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Thank you. We are moving along to OPS 22055, Mr. Critley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, through the county councils, I won't do much of an introduction here. I think I probably, my introduction's covered on what Todd's going to say. Of the 3 reports, I will say this is probably the one of the tougher ones to bring to council in the budget. We are actually asking for approximately $695,000 in a budget to repair the pool. So with that, I will turn over to Mr. Shoemaker to go through the nuts and bolts of this report.
Through the mayor,
This project actually started back in 2018. In 2018, the architectural firm of John McDonald Architect was engaged to complete preliminary designs for renovations of the Delhi Kinsman Pool building. The scope of the work included complete structural, mechanical, and architectural design, which is being used as the basis for the renovation work plan and was approved in principle to be completed in 2024. In 2021, the Ontario Trillium Foundation announced funding for the Community Build Fund capital stream. Goal of the fund is to address local community needs by extending the life and maximizing the use of existing facilities. Municipalities were able to apply for up to 80% of the proposed project cost with a maximum of $500,000 grant funding. After review of the program guidelines and eligibility requirements, staff reviewed the possible projects that met the criteria of this funding. Based on the total amount of funding that was available and the approved 10-year capital plan, council staff selected the Delhi Kinsman Pool project renovation to be submitted for funding. The pool shell and filtration system upgrade was approved for the 2022 capital budget. Staff included the second project in the application for the grant in order to maximize the available funding to support long-term financial sustainability of the county. The application was for the maximum amount of funding available up to $500,000. In January of 2022, Norfolk County staff were notified that the county application was successful for the Delhi Kinsman Pool renovation project. The funding was approved at 80% of eligible cost to a maximum of $500,000. The approved capital budget contains two projects with a combined allocation of $938,000 for the completion of the Delhi Kinsman Pool building renovations and pool shell and filtration system upgrades. The current budget level is insufficient to complete the planned works. If council were to carry forward with the recommendations within this report, a budget amendment of approximately $659,000 would be required. Deadline for the project completion for this funding group was initially May 11th. Staff has met with the Trillium Foundation, and we have agreed on a 6-month extension, which gives us now a deadline of November 11th, 2023. Any further extension request is anticipated to be denied due to the program reaching maturity. To comply with these timelines, the Delhi Kinsman Pool and Splash Pad will have to be closed for the duration of the 2023 season if council wishes to have this project carry on. Recreation Department is in support of this project as it will be a great benefit to the community for the years to come. If this project is approved, aquatic staff will plan to expand programming at the Annalise Carr Aquatic Center over the summer months to ensure that swimmers have the opportunity to participate in lessons, public swims, leadership courses, and allow time for both swim teams, the Delhi Water Dragons and the Simcoe Hammerheads. Ops staff are recommending option 1 to move ahead with the Delhi Kinsman Pool renovations. This project is needed to upgrade the pool and building infrastructure to meet AODA compliance and increase life expectancy of the pool for an additional 15 years. In addition, option 1 allows Norfolk County to take advantage of the $500,000.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Todd, did you ever consider splitting this into 2 stages, like doing the guts of the infrastructure, the plumbing and all that from, say, right from January through to August to allow, and then do the cosmetic stuff like the dressing rooms and that office space, that type of thing, into 2 separate stages, so that we could have from January to, say, June, right now, January to June, do stage 1, and then allow the people to swim and then finish it from September to November. Is there any issue with that?
Yes, through the mayor. We have thought about that, and we also thought about just doing the building and then doing the pool afterwards. And again, we have to make application to Trillium Foundation to make any changes in the grant. And that's a process that takes a month or two, maybe 3. What we are currently going to be doing with the pool will take about 8 months of construction time, which we don't have. We have put out a request for interest or pre-qualification for some companies that is out right now, and I believe closes tomorrow. Once we review those and find the companies that are interested, then we still have to do the tendering process, which is going to take probably another month or 2. So by the time we go through everything, we're going to be very tight to meet the deadline already at the 11th of November.
Thank you. Sorry to hear that.
Any further questions? Counselor Duffy, yep.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to staff. Thanks for your work on this. Does this also impact the summer camp programs that take place in Delhi?
Yes, it will. For any of the swim programs, they will have to do other programming for it. The pool will be closed. We had thought about the splash pad staying open, but because of the construction zone, it's all going to have to be blocked off and not allowed to be used. So just for safety reasons. But yeah, it will affect the program.
Okay. So just to confirm, then we will not be able to offer a summer, like a weekly summer camp program in Delhi next summer.
I believe they will still offer a program. It just won't have a swimming component to it.
And then, sorry, I think just my final question. What is the usage like of that pool each summer? Is there a head count or how do I understand what the impact will be in terms of people count?
The mayor, Recreation has those numbers. I know we put them in every year to government, but I know the public swims are very popular and the lessons are very popular. Like we're getting calls even now from the public at saying, when are we going forward with this? We really need this done. So it's.
Counselor Van Passen, then Huffman.
And thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to staff. Is there any useful lifespan left to that facility without these upgrades?
Yes, but we do not meet any AODA compliance, which is a problem that we're having. The pool itself, I don't believe the walls of the pool will last too many more years. That's why we want to put like an ABS covering in over top of it. We're trying to do everything as minimal as possible to keep the cost down, because if we change the flow of the water, then we have to make the entire pool at today's standards, where currently we're got grandfathered in. So, I mean, there's obviously, sure, we could probably get a year or 2 out of it, but if we do go forward and we end up having problems with the pool walls because they do leak, we constantly have to seal them. We may end up in a situation where we have to close it anyways, and it may be closed for a couple seasons by the time we get funding to move forward and get the tenders out and make sure everything is.
And if I could, Madam Mayor, you did say that these upgrades would sort of give us at least 15 years of useful lifespan after the fact.
And that's what we're being told. I mean, the building will be, actually, the building will be, I believe, even more than that. But But the pool shell, because it's an outdoor pool and it's in the sunlight and it's in the weather and everything else, it's there's a limit on it.
Counselor Huffman?
Thank you, Mayor Martin, through you. And actually, that was my question in terms of the lifespan. So my question's been answered. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further questions. Staff recommendation or proposed alternative? Counselor Duthie, staff recommendation, seconded by Counselor Huffman. Any debate or discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. That one's a tough one, certainly, but to utilize the funding and provide certainty on any type of closure, we'll be able to articulate to the public start and finish date instead of the uncertainty of the unknown if we don't make these upgrades now. So thank you, staff. I think we're ready to jump over to the CS 22-150, which is our proposed 2023 to 2032 capital plan. Better check my notes. Yes, today we'll be addressing the proposed 10-year capital plan that Norfolk County's team has been preparing over the last number of months. This document includes major repairs and replacements related to core infrastructure such as roads, bridges, water, wastewater, as well as infrastructure required for many community services, including arenas and parks. It also includes initiatives for new and proposed services for residents. This plan is not just a plan for 2023. It sets out our goals and the direction of how our community will be maintained and developed over the next 10 years. This morning, we'll have brief comments from Kathy LaPlante, Interim General Manager, Corporate Services, followed by Amy Fanning, Interim Treasurer and Director of Financial Management and Planning, and a presentation by Rob Fleming, Supervisor, Financial Initiatives and Planning. To keep things going, we will ask committee members to hold their questions and comments until the end of the presentation. Kathy, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor Martin, members of council and the public. So let's get going on our first budget. I will be echoing a number of points that Mayor Martin noted in her opening budget comments, probably a little bit more gloomy though. Over the next few months, council will be reviewing the 10-year capital plan, rate and levy budgets in order to set the tax levy and water and wastewater rates. This will not be an easy task. We will need to continue to make more challenging decisions. For today, staff is presenting a 10-year capital plan and financing forecast to fund all assets that support the delivery of services of Norfolk County residents, businesses, and community groups. The 10-year capital plan is a lengthy process and involves collaboration with departments within Norfolk County. This plan is built and developed on public budget engagement feedback, council approved guidance, asset management, and strategic priorities, and an in-depth review and deliberation amongst the senior leadership team. This plan ensures the approved levels of services are maintained and includes some new enhanced initiatives for council's consideration. This morning, Budget Committee will be considering the 2023 to 2032 capital plan that presents a gross capital expenditure program in the amount of $842 million compared to a $671 million budget for the 2022 to 2031 capital plan. As Mayor Martin indicated, this amount will change over time based on updated project designs, building assessments, master plans, assessment management plans, and additional projects that are not included at this time. This is a huge change, which staff will shortly provide further details how and why we have a significant change over last year's 10-year capital plan. Normally, the 10-year capital plan is presented to council in October and November, and the rate supported budget, which sets the water and wastewater rates for the upcoming year, is presented to council in November. Given this is an election year, and we are at the beginning of the first term of council, today's staff is seeking council's approval for the asset management replacement projects and requests for boards and agencies for 2023. The newer enhanced initiatives and studies are recommended to be deferred to later in January, providing council with an opportunity to review and prioritize new initiatives. Asset management replacement projects are the replacement of existing assets
that have been determined necessary by staff based on maintenance records, studies, assessments, etc., and are in need of replacement. These projects are included in the 2023 capital plan based on asset conditions, and if the replacements do not move forward, there is a potential for unfavorable financial impacts or service disruptions. You may ask, why are we suggesting to approve the asset management projects early? Approving early allows staff to move forward with procurement in the hope of receiving more robust bidding opportunities and favorable rates. In addition, staff are recommending the council deal with requests from boards and agencies so that these groups can move forward with their projects. The budget document demonstrates council's commitment to continue to provide the same level of service, plus enhanced services, while still dealing with abnormal increased costs, supply chain issues, and new legislation that drastically impacts the county's municipal finances. However, similar to other municipalities, our infrastructure gap continues to grow, so we still need to continue to find innovative ways to close this gap. As I've mentioned on numerous occasions, we are faced with the challenge of balancing the needs of residents, businesses, and community groups against the resources and funding we have available in order to renew infrastructure, expand services to residents and new businesses, and for those projects that are to provide a higher level or new level of service to our residents. This task is overly exhausting and difficult when reserves are low, developer contributions and rates and fees do not recover full costs, grants for upper level governments are limited, and there are very limited external partner arrangements. These limitations all contribute to the higher and unacceptable debt levels. We are still in a financial recovery process and have more work to do in order to move to a stronger financial position. There is no one solution, which means we need to continue to increase reserve contributions, continue with public engagement to assist council in deciding the service levels for Norfolk County, develop a strategy to address pricing changes from high inflation, continue to find efficiencies, seek out grants, and lobby upper levels of government. And on that note, I would like to thank staff within all departments for their investment of hard work and time they have provided on the proposed budget for you. I would also like to extend my appreciation and acknowledge the financial management and planning team for their dedication. This team has provided an exceptional detailed analysis, and I know they stay awake many nights to figure out how we can have everything and still pay for it all. So thank you for allowing me the time to speak. And lastly, I will pass it to Amy Fanny for some brief comments and who will lead us into the financial management and planning presentation by the budget for budget committee's deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Through Chair Martin to the rest of council. I also just want to thank our team and all of our colleagues across the organization. You've heard already that it takes a great deal of effort and coordination to get to those binders that are in front of you today. And the participation from all of our colleagues across the organization, it greatly helps financing. We truly appreciate it. Rob Fleming is joining us virtually on Teams, and he has a presentation that he's going to go through. He's going to share a lot more details with you. So I just have 3 key points that I want to highlight before we dive in. But the first thing I want to note is that there is roughly $175 million in outstanding capital, not including life-to-date items. So these are budgeted capital projects that were approved in prior years and haven't yet been completed. As of the May 31st capital status report, if I add back in the life-to-date items, there was a budgeted surplus of $150 million that had not yet been spent in approved capital. And I recognize that that number is as of May 31st, that's slightly out of date, and there will be an updated capital status report coming forward for council in the new year. But I think it's important to highlight that in addition to everything that we approved as part of this plan today, there are substantial works that are already on the go. The second thing I want to make sure that we're all aware of is that there's approximately $60 million in asset management capital that is proposed to be funded by debt. Ideally, these would be funded by reserves and reserve funds. In order to keep our reserve funds in the black, as Mayor Martin had noted, we've had to shift some of those funding sources to debt. If our reserves were sufficient, they would be reserve funded items. And the last one, I know you've already heard this a couple of times today, but I just want to note that we will be exceeding our 15% corporate debt limit at points during this capital. So, and Rob's going to go through that in more detail as well, and he's got some tables and charts to show you those dates, but I think that's an important item that we keep in the back of our minds as we start to begin to look for these numbers. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Rob, and he's going to share his slides and go through some more details.
All right, perfect. Hopefully everyone can see the PowerPoint. So good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council. Today is a very exciting day as the main purpose is to approve the asset management and requisition from boards and agencies capital in the 2023 capital plan. So as the mayor and Amy previously mentioned, the focus of today's session will be on the asset management and requisitions only. And we'll have discussions in January on the new incremental and studies capital that's currently contained within the capital plan. It has been a fairly lengthy process to get to this point, involving considerable effort from all levels of the organization, including project managers, department management, financial management, and planning staff, and Norfolk County Senior Leadership Group. We have a fairly brief PowerPoint to go through. If at the conclusion of the PowerPoint, staff will be available for any questions, and then we'll move into the council deliberation of CS 22150, which is the actual staff report for which the capital plan is attached as Appendix 1. So for today's presentation, we'll be covering a few things. First, we'll be overviewing again what's being approved today by council. Some highlights on the budget development process, key themes that were identified by staff during the budget process. We'll be then moving into the actual budget document, discussing the capital expenditures and providing an overview of the year-over-year changes. We'll then be looking at the revenue side of the capital projects, being debt and reserves and grant funding, impacts on the operating budget, some of the outcomes that we've noted from the capital plan, and the next steps for council. So what is council approving today? So as I mentioned, we're primarily focusing on the asset management projects and requisitions and boards of agencies for 2023. This is a bit different from what council might have seen in previous years, and that's primarily because of the election cycle and having a new elected council. So what does that mean for the new incremental and studies? Well, that will be deferred based on the staff recommendations to January for the individual levy and rate operating budget dates. So this the budget development process started in June of this year with the departments reviewing their existing capital plan from 2022, where they made changes, refinements, and dollar estimates for projects based on refined scopes. At this time as well, staff developed a budget guidance for 2023, which was presented later in July. In July as well, the finance staff also completed initial review of the department submissions and made initial funding recommendations for considerations. Once that point is complete, the finance leadership team made an overall review of the capital plan and ensured that the debt reserve funding were reviewed and were also sustainable for existing capital financing policies. SLT then completed a very detailed line-by-line review of the capital plan in September, and which ultimately led to what is being presented today for council's approval in November. During the budget development process, staff noted 4 recurring themes that were kind of pervasive throughout the entire budget process, and we'll expand on these throughout the remainder of the PowerPoint, as well as I'm sure the discussion when we get to the actual deliberation of the budget document itself. The first one being the debt capacity. Staff or council established an internal threshold of 15% internal repayment limit. This means that our annual debt servicing costs cannot exceed 15% of our revenue. This is a council and determined threshold. The provincial threshold is 25%. Unfortunately, in our capital plan, we are presenting to exceed the 15% threshold in 2027 throughout the duration of the plan to 2032. We do have some mitigation identified later on in the document, which we will discuss. The second kind of thing that we've seen is historical reserve deficits. So previously, our capital plans have presented negative reserve balances, which obviously is not optimal and not sustainable from a project management and financing perspective. We are projecting in this planning document to remain positive over the life over the 10-year forecast period in all of our reserves, which is in aggregate, which is positive. However, there is about $60 million in debt funded replacement projects, which does provide a bit of mitigation on those reserves, but then does contribute to our overall debt capacity concerns. Third keynote is inflation. So much like many other municipalities and many of the residents of Norfolk County, there are significant inflationary concerns and pressures that went into our 2023 and 2032 budget. We have I'll touch on that a bit long or further in the presentation. But we're seeing in our core infrastructure inflationary pressures of about 20%, which is quite substantial. And the fourth kind of key objective or key theme is the interurban water supply, or IUWS. This is the largest project ever undertaken by Norfolk County. And during 2022, significant work has been done for scope refinement and has resulted in changes to the budget estimates in the 2023 capital plan itself. What this ultimately means with such a large project in our capital plan is that SOT need to reprioritize the capital projects in order to accommodate this large project. This is something that will have a lasting impact on our community going forward, so it's important that we kind of keep that in mind as we go through, and that such a large project, some other priorities might need to drop off as we go through the budget process to afford that. So as I mentioned, in July, staff presented a budget guidance report to council. There were two main factors that related primarily to the capital budget. The first one being inflation. So as I mentioned, within that, the budget guidance report, staff projected inflationary pressures of about 5.2%. Unfortunately, when it came time to actually reviewing the capital plan based on recent tender results and project estimates and overall kind of the project manager's opinion of the projects in the market, we've seen pressures on the core infrastructure of about 20% for 2023, which is obviously much more significant than what we projected originally. The second item was infrastructure funding. So obviously we projected that increased reserve contributions would be a significant driver in the 2023 operating budgets. And in reality, this did turn out to be true. Right now, our reserve contributions are increasing about 8 to 10% for 2023, which is obviously needed to address some of our infrastructure funding gaps that are currently present, as well as some of the inflationary pressures that we're seeing going forward. Now we're going to transition into the actual capital plan itself and the expenditure side. So there's two pie charts you have on your screen. The first one shows the 2023 capital projects in isolation. As you anticipate, a significant portion of the capital expenditures, about 80% or 50 million, are for asset management. So these projects are for maintaining existing assets that the county already has within their inventory, in order to ensure that the service levels are available and are maintained for the residents. As we transition to the full 10-year capital plan, we'll see a larger chunk of the overall pie is being allocated to the new incremental capital, about 351 million or 42%. Primary driver of this is the IUWS project, which represents nearly $300 million of that $352 million project. So as you can see, there is a large portion, a large commitment of our financial capacity going forward will be allocated to this important IUWS project, ensuring it's financially sustainable. These next two slides are looking at the capital expenditures by each division within the organization as a whole. As you anticipate, with such a large chunk of the previous pies being for asset management, we would expect a large portion of these pies to be for the engineering, infrastructure, and environmental services groups, water and wastewater, and operations division, which adds up to roughly 60% of the total expenditures. When we look at the 10-year capital plan, we'll see obviously the larger chunk of the pie being allocated to the water and wastewater infrastructure, with existing maintaining roughly the same level of expenditure for EIS in the operations group. The main difference with the shift in the water and wastewater, again, is because of the IUWS So within the 10-year capital plan, 90% of our capital expenditures are anticipated to be in our core infrastructure. So when looking at the 2022 to 2023 capital plan and comparing against what we have presenting today, you will see that the capital plan over the 10-year period increased by 171 million, or approximately 25%. Well, some of these projects are attributed to new capital being added to the 2023-2032 capital plan for about $26 million. The majority of it relates to revised cost estimates and inflationary adjustments, which amount to $64 and $37 million respectively. Some examples of revised cost estimates may be as a result of revised project scope or changes in design requirements as the engineering for the project is developed. There were also many changes to the capital plan as a result of project timing to accommodate priority projects from reserve and debt management perspective, which do not have a value associated with them, but ultimately made the plan more affordable and more sustainable going forward. The final kind of category that we're looking at is the additional 2032 projects, and the removal of the 2022 projects is now they're considered active. So this means that there was a net increase between the 2 years of 22 and 32 of $44 million. What's kind of important with this one is it's not necessarily a true change or new projects being added, because if we did an 11-year budget, for example, these projects would have been present in the prior year budget as well. So as I alluded to, there has been some significant cost scope refinements, cost estimates, and inflationary pressures going as inputs into our 2023 capital plan. The most significant of these is obviously the IUWS project, which seen an increase of 149 million from what was presented in 2022. Majority of this is related to project refinement, but there is the inflationary pressures that also relate to this project as well. Road construction and bridge construction were also two of the major categories that we see inflation that are affected significantly by inflationary pressures at 8.6 and $1.8 million, respectively. Some of the new project additions that we're seeing within the capital plan are the LPRCA, which is the Conservation Authority. This year is the first year that we are presenting their capital projects for the portion of their capital projects that are funded from Norfolk County in our capital plan. This amounted to about $3.8 million. There's also the inclusion of a new project for the financial system replacement in the years 26 to 2029 at the cost of about $4.8 million. So now we're going to transition into the financing side of the capital plan. But before I do that, I just wanted to present or show this graphic, which kind of summarizes our different project types and the funding sources that staff would generally recommend to have for those projects. So as you can see, the asset management on the far left of the chart, typically we would see reserves being utilized for these project types, and gas tax or OSIF funding as well. For the new initiatives, typically what we would want to see in the absence of reserves being set aside for these new initiatives, that we would do debt financing exclusively for these projects only, and not for the asset management or growth related. The final kind of category there is not one that you'll see within the capital plan. Excuse me, but it's something that is obviously a significant component of our capital projects, and that's the growth side of it. We would obviously want to have this funded from development charges. And as council probably seen from members from yesterday, there are some significant changes to the Development Charge Act that might change how this is going to play going forward. But generally, growth should pay for growth through the development charge. So with the previous graphic in mind, we're now going to look at the actual funding sources for this capital plan. So as you can see, for 2023, the biggest funding source of the capital plan is reserves and reserve funds at about $38 million. As we transition to the full 10-year capital plan, you'll see a significant uptick in our debt to about $380 million, which is nearly half of our overall financing. And again, this is attributed to the IUWS project. Majority of that project is fully funded from debt, whether it's development charge related debentures or rate support debentures, a split between the two. So with this slide in particular, we're looking at our reserves, and what I mentioned earlier is our reserve balances are anticipated to remain positive over the 10-year forecast period, which is a good news story. However, there is a significant pressures on our future reserve growth due to large reserve draws that are taking place in 24 and 25 for asset management related infrastructure. And also note as well, as I alluded to previously, we have about $58 million in asset management replacement projects that are funded from debentures, which is obviously not something we would generally recommend, but it's obviously but is a necessity based on our overall reserve position at this time. Obviously, if once we saw on the recommendations in this report are to increase our reserve contributions significantly for 2023, and we're optimistic that that will continue into the future, and our overall reliance on debt replacement, our debt for replacement assets will be reduced, which while still maintaining a positive trend in our reserve balances going forward. The second large component that we want to review is the debt forecast. So as I mentioned as well, the bad news, I guess, is that we are projected to breach our 15% internal limit in 2027, reaching 18.4%, and then slowly decreasing to about 16.3% by 2032. So the main driver of this is obviously our significant debt reliance on funding of the interurban project. The good news with this, though, is within the capital plan itself, for the $290 million on IUWS projects, right now we are not budgeting any grant funding for them as a means of being conservative, just because we do not have secured funding in place for those from federal and provincial governments. But staff are optimistic that if the funding is received at the anticipated levels or desired funding levels, that our ARL will drop below the 15% threshold. So right now the over is essentially the portion of the IEWS project that we would anticipate to get grants for. So what does this overall impact then? What does all this mean for our operating budget? So for the levy, our capital impacts, so that would be any direct levy funded capital projects, so the increase in reserve contributions represent about 2.97%. The debt funded projects that we currently have for 2023 amount to servicing costs of 1% on the levy. There's another piece of the puzzle that is still outstanding that council will be reviewing in January with for the new and incremental capital and any operating impacts associated with those. At this point, we're expecting them to be fairly minimal. And our targeted increase right now is about 4%, which aligns very closely to what was presented in the capital guidance report to council earlier this year. For the rate side, it's a bit more simplistic in terms of we are maintaining our existing funding, our annual life cycle costing that we had in our rate model that was produced in 2019. The infrastructure funding has seen an increase of 1.1 million net. So that would be all the reserve and debt fund projects. So there's no deviation from the plan that was previously included by council. So the capital planning outcomes. So what we really seen, what was the result of our capital plan and the review that undertook by finance staff and the senior leadership team, that there's a focus on future sustainability. So we want to ensure that we increase the reserve contributions so that we have the funding available for asset management and to reduce our future reliance on debt going forward. As you've seen on a few slides previously, we have significant debt pressures going on to the 10-year capital plan, and one of the ways of mitigating that is to have more sustainable reserves in place. The second one is the ensured prioritization of capital expenditures. Staff during the development of the plan focused significantly on ensuring that the available finance resources are being allocated in areas that need them most. And by doing so, we hope that council recognizes the sacrifices that may need to be made to ensure that we are in a financial position to deliver on some of our significant projects like IEWS, while ensuring that the potential benefit to community, that are needed to ensure that there is the benefit continues on to the community as a whole for our capital plan. So what does all this mean in the future mean in simple terms? How do we pay for projects when they pop up? What do we do with new projects that are in the plan? And how do we address our infrastructure gap? In simple terms, really only have 4 options that are available to us, and that would be increased property taxes and user fees, increased debt reliance, focus on certain grant funding, and service standard prioritization. So looking at our current service standards to determine if there are reductions that may need to be made in order to be financially sustainable going forward. So our next steps are today, as I mentioned, we'll be recommending for the approval of the 2023 to 2030 capital plan, limited to the asset management and requisition from boards and agencies. In the future, on July 11th and July 18th and 19th, we'll be reviewing the new incremental and studies capital for rate in the levy supported program areas. With the recommendations presented today, project managers will be able to initiate their 2023 projects that are approved that are not directly funded from water rates or the tax levy. That concludes the presentation for today. I'm happy to take any questions on the content of the PowerPoint before transitioning to reviewing the proposed 2023 and 2023 capital plan.
Thank you very much, staff. I hate to be anticlimactic here, but it's 11:38. Let's take a 5-minute washroom break, and then we'll come back with questions and we'll go into the pages on the budget. So no later than 11:45 sharp.
You won't be a stranger alone. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you, Rob, Amy, and Kathy for the information. So we'll start based on that report and we'll open it up with questions to staff with Councillor Columbus, followed by Brendan.
Yes, with respect to the debt forecast over 15%, how does that affect our Standard and Poor's rating going forward?
Through Mayor Martin to council. Definitely it could affect our rating in the future. I believe the last few reports that we have received, the ratings, they have indicated that as our debt goes up, we have the potential of being downgraded.
Councillor Brenton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure who I'm asking the question to, but I want to get in my own mind where we're going right off the bat here. And I think I heard it. We're looking at about 4% on capital based on the report I looked at here, 4.2. What are the anticipated operating? I heard 4% on that too. Did I hear that? Somebody answer that question? Anybody?
Through the mayor, right now the capital plan represents a 4% impact on the tax supported operating budget. There will be some very minor operating impacts associated with some of the new incremental capital, which are still in the process of being quantified.
hold
But
on.
overall, they should be very immaterial.
Okay, I just want, like, the report says 4.2 for capital right now, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, what do you anticipate for operating? Just a figure,
For the operating impacts,
levy.
right, yeah. Oh, for overall, including.
No, yeah, what's the anticipated operating budget as it sits now? I'm sure you got to sit somewhere. Kathy?
Through the mayor to, Mayor Martin to council. We presented a report to council, back in August, I believe. And at that time, the estimated levy impact was anticipated to be approximately 9%.
So that's on top of the 4% levy in capital? Or is that combined?
It's combined.
So it's about 5% on operating.
On operating, with
Okay.
including the infrastructure.
Okay, and my last question on that is, what do you anticipate on the levy budget increase?
So I may be misunderstanding Councillor Button, but so what we're saying is for the infrastructure funding to sustain our capital plan that we're proposing, there will be just 4.2% increase that you'll see on the levy operating budget. And so the balance would be related to operational increases of 5% that we had estimated for contracts operating for the operations of Norfolk County for all other services.
Oh, you're confusing me still. What is the increase in the levy budget that you will bring forward?
No, we anticipated and projected it to be 9% overall for the taxpayer, including the capital
Okay,
requirement.
so it's combined.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the last question, if I may, Madam Mayor, I read in this report someplace where the capital road the capital road projects where we undertake all the water and sewer and road work all in one combined, you prorate out the water and sewer that goes into the rate budget. Am I correct?
Mayor Martin to Councillor Brunton, yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So the cost associated with water and wastewater with the infrastructure underground is allocated to the rate supported budget and funded from the rate supported replacement reserves or debt.
Right. And what about, do you prorate the engineering for that? I thought I read something in here where you say you don't.
I do, through Mayor Martin and to council, I do not believe, I do believe the engineering is split between roads, water and wastewater.
You do believe?
Yes. That has been our practice in the past. I'm not
Okay.
sure if you
All right.
read that.
No,
I
I
don't
just-
remember
I wanna-
reading it, but
I want to get that clear. And the last question I have, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here, but is there any cost? I understand the fire protection is a bit of funding in the rate budget that everybody pays. Is that correct? For fire protection?
through Mayor Martin to council, yes, that is correct. There is a charge to the levy supported operating budget for fire protection. That's recovered it.
Can you tell me what percentage that is roughly?
Sorry, I thought I'd be able to get it easily, but
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Kathy, your microphone's still on. Just give me a wave whenever you have it and we can share. Councilor Breton does raise a good point though for new councilors who are going through and learning the budget. Because we are doing the capital plan as is right now in an effort to get our tenders out, to get best bids and prices. We're essentially, if we leave the budget as is, we're passing a 4% increase minimum without knowing what's in our operating budget before it comes to us. So there's obviously room for us to dig into this. There's room for us to dig into the operating budget when it comes forward, but we will be ratifying this before we jump into our next budget. So go ahead, Al.
Just to be crystal clear though, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get a 4% tax increase. There'll be assessment growth. There'll be other things that may offset that number as part of what the overall rate impact will be. So at a minimum, you're looking at this, but then there's some offsetting revenues that may come in, like assessment growth and different things. So the one thing that Councillor Brunton isn't quantified yet, and for council to know, when you're approving capital budgets, you're basically approving operating costs later on. So for example, when you're building something new like a rec center or some sort of facility, then you're also by default approving the operating costs when that building is commissioned. You have to hire staff, the utility costs, all of those things. So you don't have a lot in this budget in terms of new infrastructure, but you're absolutely right in terms of there's an operating impact as a result of approving the capital budget as well.
Kathy, do you want to comment on fire?
Thank you. Yes. So unfortunately, I just have the dollar amount right now. So for the fire protection service charges, the rate budget charges, the levy supported budget, $2.2 million. And that's anticipated to increase to approximately just over $2.3 million for 2023.
Councilor Breton, does that answer? Thanks. Any questions to staff on the report before we get into the pages? Councilor Van Passen, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just or an opinion, a point, but one of the reasons that we actually changed this during the last term to get this capital budget for asset management done and sort of locked in so staff can get the tenders out in the beginning of January, and we found considerable savings when those tenders came in. Like I remember the one major project first year, we were approving tenders on a $6 million rebuild on a road in July, the end of July, for work to be done that year. And that didn't come in under budget for some reason. But when we tender them in January, the companies look at it differently. They get us better pricing. So we just want to commit that staff can start the work on this paperwork. So on the 2nd of January, they can advertise them and we can start getting those tenders approved early on. And we have had considerable savings over the last few years.
Thank you. I guess they're not really questions, but more comments to staff that I did touch on. You met with me earlier, but I want to kind of throw them out for all of council too. Okay. Sometimes you have to try twice. How's that? Is this okay? Thank you, Councilor Huffman. So I don't anticipate answers for them today, but I think that it's things that we should have in mind concerning the interurban water supply. A couple things. So staff have noted that they adjusted the budget to remove the expectation of, not the expectation, but the calculations of provincial and or federal funding. So right now, everything is produced with the taxpayers or debt being allocated to pay for the water. Hence, in 2027, our debt is at 18.4. When we become successful with upper level funding, then staff will be able to readjust the debt and make plans. So I'm very interested in having finance staff put together what our minimum request needs to be through consultation with Al and engineering and Mariana, but what our minimum request needs to be to make this project palatable and move forward. I also am interested in then seeing what the reserves and forecasted debt would then look like with a few different options. What percentage are we going to be at if we get a minimum of X dollars from the province or the federal government? If we get a maximum of, where is our debt and our reserve contributions forecasted to be? And further to that, I think that we also need to have some information brought back to us when appropriate on when the first set of taxpayer dollars is going to be spent, and when the first shovel goes in the ground that contributes to the interurban water supply without provincial and or federal funding. All of these changes we're doing now are beneficial to the infrastructure that we have presently, besides some engineering and studies and research. But I think that we need to know, it's 2024, it's 2025, and the dollars that are being spent now are contributing to the broader the IUWS plan, but we also don't have the provincial and federal funding. We need to know when that threshold is, when we start to spend our taxpayers' money on a plan that we don't have a commitment from the provincial and or federal government. So in the future, when we look at this, I know we're okay for this year's budget, but I think that's really important when we are making decisions and giving direction to staff to continue with this plan without knowing that we're going to have upper level support. And let me just check my notes. Last point that I'm interested in is the staff. You mentioned that we have no plans made for funding allocations and on the decommissioning of facilities. So similarly, when would that be set to occur? And when would that be put into the plan? And how does that change the overall dollar value, therefore debt, reserves, and our request from upper levels of government? So as this plan progresses, I know that those are really early preliminary things, but I think that we need to know what our minimum request is for funding. Councillor Van Passen.
Just a question, Madam Mayor, because there is some misunderstanding out there in the community, but possibly you misspoke a few times there. The difference between the funding for the interurban water supply and taxpayers as opposed to ratepayers. Could you just clarify that a little bit better I know the West End has some reservations about the interchangeability of the terminology there.
Yes, thank you. So yes, not the tax levy per se, but the ratepayers who will benefit from being added on to the system when their dollars are contributed to the interurban water, at which point we would like to know when we are spending the ratepayers' dollars towards a plan that is not funded. Thank you.
And it does affect all taxpayers because it is part of the bigger picture, and it affects our credit ratings, and it affects our ability to borrow. But the people that are paying for it are not necessarily all of the taxpayers in the county. So, we're all related and it's all one family, but some people get different treatment than others.
Thank you for catching that. And then finance, just correct me if I'm wrong, but that's a discussion for later in the year for next year's budget, but that is on your radar and those are things you can bring back to us to begin thinking about.
Thank you. And yes, through you, Mayor Martin, those are all things that we have been and will be thinking about. And as our plan becomes more clear, we'll continue to work with Mariana and our colleagues in EIS, and we're looking forward to bringing something back to council in the new year.
Okay, thank you very much. So final call. I'm not seeing any more questions or hands raised on the report. I think that we are ready to dig into the budget. So unless staff has an alternate plan, I'm thinking we just flip page by page, give council members a few seconds to review if they have something highlighted, and if not, we'll move on. Okay with staff? Okay. Ready? Page 31. Can start there. Please let me know if you have a different expectation, but
We'll just start at page 39 is the start of asset management capital, if that works.
sorry, yes, okay. Capital begins on 39, yes. Counselor Van Passen, take it away.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to start with more of an overall comment that, yes, I have gone through this line by line, and yes, I've pointed out a few things, but, and especially for what we're looking at today is just replacement of existing assets. There's not much you can do other than bump it back another year. You still got to pay for it, but you have to fix the roads or they get worse and they cost more. You have to fix the roofs or they get worse and they cost more. So, I think it's a good exercise to go through it all, but there's not really a whole lot. I think staff have purchased budget, have double checked it, have done an excellent job. If we go through the thing in its entirety, we could go through and cancel, the request was made by previous council to put in an extra flagpole to hang special flags for $15,000 on a $62 million capital budget. That's a rounding error. Are we going to get that fine tuned or do we just leave that to staff, see how things go through the year? And maybe there's some projects that just don't get done at the end of the year because a few other ones came in over budget. But, I'd love to go through all this just so that everybody's aware of what we are spending our money on, but I can't really see, I'd love to find more things to cut out of here and I'm having trouble finding them. So, that's sort of a comment more than a question.
Yeah, I don't,
If you want to go through now from page 39, we could get rid of the cheap microphones that are in here and replace them. That's $100,000 in the budget, but, that's one of the debatable items.
yes, thank you. I don't disagree with you, but I believe that as a new council, we should be given the opportunity. And I personally like to go page by page. I know in other years we've bounced around, so I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on it. It should be a quick glance. I'm not seeing any hands on page 39. Council Brendan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I apologize, but I got this book one day, but I got all this documents on paper here. So I had marked
Okay.
this one out, but
Okay.
I think they're on the same pages if I'm not mistaken. So I'm referring back to page 33.
Don't you give us the heading it's under, left-hand side?
I've looked that up and it's on page 33. Yeah, in the new binder too. It looks like they're the same numbers, so. Page 33 in the big black book. Okay. Well, you went to page 39. That's why I wondered if we're
Through you, Madam Mayor, we're working on asset management, not on new
I
incremental
didn't know
today.
where they were starting. I thought I was looking at this one binder here. Fine, I'll wait.
Councillor Duffy.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Just a quick question, and I don't intend to do this on every page, so since we Councilor Van Passen, but Area 1, Fire Station 1, Simcoe, I think I heard that the replacement time on those is 2 years or something to get one. I don't actually know where I'm asking this question, but so we're paying for it all up front, paying for it all now before it rides.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we make the commitment now. The actual cash flow starts to start once the order is placed. We place a deposit, but we approve for the entirety of the budget today. And we hold the funds in abeyance until the actual check is paid. But you do need a deposit. Then about 2 years later, when it's correct, when it's ready for delivery, the balance is paid. But we make the commitment today.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, page 40. Councillor Van Passen.
This would be the other replacements in information technology. It's the council chamber microphone system. It is $120,000. And we limp this old baby along and might need the opinion from the staff because we are making some other changes at the same time. Maybe this doesn't work with it. That's why I'm bringing it up.
We'll go to staff first and then Counselor Huffman.
Through you, Madam Mayor and the Councillor. I think what we continue to struggle with this current infrastructure and this technology is it is becoming very troublesome. It's becoming distracting as staff, as we have more of a virtual presence in a hybrid council meetings. We need to update our technology in this chambers. Or IT has looked at it. They've looked at different options. I know our IT director has spoken to the clerk, and we are in the process of trying to define what that looks like. This is a budget that was drafted. We'll know a little bit more as we start to drill down on the scope, exactly what we need. But we are in desperate need of updating this technology in this chamber and bringing it up to today's standards, particularly in view of the fact that we have these hybrid meetings. And if we're going to make sure that our residents and those tuning in can hear everything, and trying to minimize the distractions for all of us in here in terms of trying to always revise and look at new microphones and trying to deal with the static and replacement of batteries and things of that sort. This is something that is long overdue, but it's ultimately it's council's decision. My fear is that if we kick this down the road and wait another year or two, that number will just go higher and higher. But at the end of the day, it's council's decision.
No, Kathy, sorry, and then Counselor Huffman, Barry, Brunton.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add to Vanessa's comments. The system is actually over 10 years old, so we have definitely money's worth of the system, and it is used and abused quite often. And it's not just council that uses the microphones. There's other committees that use the phones in this forum, and there's the public, if there's public meetings, etc. They're also used. So they are quite old, and that's why you hear the breaking, not working, the batteries that are don't need replacement either. We've had problems with the batteries also.
The only other thing, Madam Mayor, I would say is if you look at the funding source for this project, it doesn't have a direct impact on the levy. It's coming out of the IT reserve right now. So by deferring this, you just keep the money in the reserve a little bit longer, but it won't have an impact on the levy budget.
Counselor Huffman.
Hey, Chair Martin, through you, I just want to make a point that I received feedback from several members of the community the other night at our inauguration that much of the ceremony was inaudible to them. And that's unacceptable, especially when we're not even AODA compliant in terms of our meetings being accessible to every individual. So when we're not even meeting, the general public's needs, it's certainly due for a requirement. And I do feel bad for staff. This is something that they should not have to be focusing on when they're in the middle of doing their jobs and having to worry about batteries and microphones.
Counselor Barry.
Thank you. I guess 3 to Al or whoever. I heard Kathy say that these ones have lasted 10 years. We have a sense of what the new system, how long it will last. Broad strokes.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would suspect any technology that you're purchasing now would have probably an expected life expectancy of probably 5 to 7 years max.
Thank you.
Counselor Breton.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just through you, and I'm not sure if it's Andrew answered this question. At the bottom of 40, on page 41.
Sorry, Counselor Breton, can we just wrap up with this discussion before we go on to that's okay, no worries. Is that it for seeing no motions or changes? Okay. Yep, go ahead, Counselor Breton. Thank you.
Okay, on the bottom of page 41, I see it's split West Street into 2 engineering projects with the start of construction. Is that complete reconstruction? Next. And like I'm trying to read this section here, very small, but it says from Holden to Brook, 2023. I assume that's complete reconstruction. Is that correct?
Yes, through the mayor, the way the capital detail sheets for engineering services are split up is your first section would be your more full reconstruction. And as we move our way a little further down the page line, you'll see some asphalt resurfacing replacement. Those are your partial reconstructions there in the program. reserve. So anything that you're seeing there on 41, yes, it's full reconstruction.
Thank you.
Okay, great. No further questions for page 41. Along to 42. I have a question if no one does. Go to Mr. Grice, Lynn Street, Chapman Street East to Bridge Street, Port Dover, $55,000. There should be no cost to the taxpayer for infrastructure upgrades on that road. Can you just provide some explanation as to why that's in the budget?
Certainly. So through the mayor, you were correct. We are working with the developer now to finalize the entire process. There should be no cost to the taxpayers here. Because that sale and process is not completely finalized, we have carried money, earmarked money for budget, or sorry, for design budget only, no construction. But certainly if council's desire, we can pull that out to reflect that there is no impacts to the taxpayer. And if things change, we could bring a supplemental report back to the committee. Sure.
Okay, thank you. I'm not on the floor, so maybe I'll just make a cheeky comment that if someone was on the floor and they wanted to do that, that was how it was articulated to the public. Councillor Duthie, go ahead.
I would just request that that actually comes out. Lynn Street, Chapman Street East, Bridge Street, Port Dover, for $55,000.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Vandendriessche. Okay, any discussion or debate? It's a consensus motion, so we will vote all those in favor. And we have removed item on page 42. We're voting to remove item 5532339, which is Lynn Street, Chapman Street East to Bridge Street in Port Dover. There's an agreement with the developer. The county is not paying for infrastructure upgrades. And it's been articulated as such to the public. Does everybody see where we're at? Okay, so moved by Councillor Duthie, seconded by Councillor Vandendriessche. Staff can certainly come back to us if something changes, but I think the plan should be, our commitment was $0 to the taxpayer. So that's where we're at. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Anyone else for page 42? Okay, 43. $44. Councillor Van Passen, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just on page 43, that is the one with Gray Street. And I'm sure that staff got the sense this morning, but would we like to give them direction to at least have a look at whether it's possible to move that up? I'm not going to ask for it to be done in 2023, but if they can look at the overall big picture and see if it can be brought a little bit closer than the 2029 current date.
Yes, thanks for bringing that up. I believe Councillor Berry gave that direction this morning. Is that understood? Yeah. Okay. Thank you for noticing that though. Page 44. Councillor Vandendriessche.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. The, if we're going down the page, the asphalt resurfacing program, does this reflect numbers of, the difference between us doing it and having it, contracted?
So through the mayor, that you're talking about a different program here. So tar and chip is later in.
Oh,
the
right.
document,
Sorry.
so-
I apologize. Thank you. This is the full resurface. Okay, I get you.
Page 45. So Brett.
Yeah, just a question on down at the bottom there, Simcoe, Thompson, Kennedy, Virginia. Is that a paving program? Am I reading that right?
Through the mayor, yes, that is correct.
I just know the area and I wonder, like, again, how do you set the priorities for paving versus reconstruction on a smaller, like, to me, that area is not bad as far as paving. That's why I'm asking the question. How do you Have you got like a need study or something that tells you that's the one you should do versus other areas?
So through the chair, I'll start off and I'll kick it over to Mike to walk through some detailed rationale there. But generally speaking, when we look at how we prioritize our work, we want to make sure we're evaluating all assets that are within the ground. So we're not just looking at the road itself, we're looking at the subsurface infrastructure. Depending on that condition of subsurface infrastructure, it may dictate whether full recon or whether we just look at resurfacing the road and then return full reconstruction at a later date. This particular section of road, I'll kick it over to Mike because he can probably answer the specifics around this one.
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor, yes, you are right. There was a roads need study that was done in 2018, and we do have our next roads need study which will be done in 2023. When we look at these roads, like we want to look at roads which have the pavement condition index with between like say 40 and actually 60, because we know once it goes under that number, it's going to be more work. And we look at the infrastructure there as well. So these are roads that if we do our milling and paving, we can preserve them for another maybe 20 years. Whereas other roads which would fall into the reconstruction program. So that's how we're sort of targeting them. We do know that throughout Simcoe area, we do have actually like actual price shortfall. But that will come forth with our next roads need study in 2023. And in the future, we hope to populate the 10-year capital with more projects as well.
You know, I'm sure you've got some document. Do you have a need study still? Is that a safe word to use still or no? Like that rates all these. The reason I ask that, when I look at this particular area for shave and pave, and I look at some other streets I'm aware of in town, I'm wondering how this moves into a higher category. That's all I'm asking. Like, so you must have some kind of a index, right? What?
Yes, to the mayor, you are correct. The last roads need study was done in 2018. So we used that. We do have a legacy of roads which we're falling behind on. So like I mentioned earlier, our next roads need study will be 2023. And the volume of urban roads we have throughout Norfolk, I think we got about 500 kilometers of them. So we know that we may have a shortfall.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you.
Page 46. Councilor Shelley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and forgive me, I still have something that's on page 45. There. It is the first item under the urban asphalt resurfacing program. The resurfacing of the College Avenue and Erie Street, Port Rowan, which is scheduled for 2023. There is a development slated for College, and I just want to make sure that that is coordinated with any potential other alterations that might be made to that street before we go ahead. I just don't want to resurface it and find out then we have to dig up parts of it for that development. I guess that's to stop.
You are on mute, Mike.
Sorry, my apologies. Through the mayor, we will note that and we will follow up.
Thank you, Mike.
Councilor Duffy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And through you to Mr. King, Mr. Grice, I apologize. This is probably because I'm new, but it's actually from page 44. I note that there's several roads in Simcoe that are actually slated for 2031. I guess can you help me to understand why they're so far back there and there's so many in Simcoe that are 2031?
Through the mayor to the councillor, could you be more specific which roads you're inquiring about, please?
Would be, you'd find it on the top of page 44.
Okay, the road reconstruction is I believe what you're mentioning.
That's correct, Mike, I think.
Okay. Yeah, so that goes into the total road reconstruction program. And, once again, we looked at that in 2021, and these are all the high risk, high priority roads. So they would have the requirements for the replacements of the water main, sanitary, and storm sewer, plus full road recon, which would include the asphalt, the curb and gutter, and any sidewalk. So just because there are a lot, and Simcoe's because Simcoe has actually the highest volume of these actual pipe roads.
Thank you for that response. It just helps me to understand and to answer questions. So I appreciate that.
And forgive me if you already know this, but the cost estimate is broken down over 2 years because we do the engineering work on the first year and then we start with the work onto the second year. So the actual shovels in the ground 2032. So if we've done 44 and Councillor Van Basten.
Oh, just as an aside comment, the more interesting part is you go through that whole big list on the 3 pages and pick out all the projects that are going to be in Ward 4. Because I found the one.
44 and 45, I think we're complete. Page 46. Seeing none, page 47. Let me know if I'm moving too fast. I'm just assuming you've got some highlights or something in your book. Councillor Van Basten, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On page 47, the structure, the Hay Creek Dam. Now that, could somebody sort of go through how that is linked in with LPRCA and what this budget is for and what the other budget is for? Or the shared joint venture of the dam and bridge? I'm assuming this is to fix the bridge when they fix the dam.
Through the mayor to Councilor Van Pasten, yes, I will try. This is our portion of it because we own the road goes over the actual pipe dam, but we do not own the actual pipe dam. So this amount in here is to fix the structure which is on top of the actual pipe dam. And further on, you'll see there's allocation from LPRCA. They're going to do an EA, whether that should stay or not, the pipe dam, or whether it should be removed or repaired. So that's why there's the separate projects. And if they were going to do any repairs on it or rehabilitation, then we would move our project to match up that.
Are they doing an environmental assessment to see whether they're taking out the dam?
Through the mayor, I believe so. In a meeting we had with LPRCA, they were looking at that as a potential maybe option.
If I recall correctly, last year we just had to double or triple the budget on the culvert replacement on Gilbert Road based on the fact that the Hay Creek Dam is one concession away, and if the dam ever washed out, we needed a bigger culvert. So we're already going to replace that this year, and then they're going to do the EA to see whether they take the dam out. So we better get all the horses and carts lined up in a row here sooner or later.
Just through the mayor, just for a comment on that, we did verify that whether or not it was removed or replaced, we would still have to upsize the culvert.
Okay, page 48. Councillor Michelle.
Forgive me again, Madam Chair. I just want to go back to 46 for a moment. The bridge rehabilitation program, 5532414, the Port Royal Bridge. I'm assuming that because we're starting that in 23, we've got money allocated in capital for next year, but also the bulk of that spending is in 2024. And I'm just want to double check that is for the total replacement of that bridge. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to Councilor Michelle, that would just be for a rehab of it. The bridge was rehabbed in the regional time. I would know because I was part of that back in 93, 94. So normally a rehab for a structure will last between 20 and 30 years. When you do another rehab again, normally a structure will last before it has to be replaced for 50 to 75 years. So that is just for engineering in 2023 and a planned rehabilitation in 2024.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Appreciate that.
Page 48. Counselor Van Passen, I thought you wanted to pass this budget.
Page 48, the storm water pond rehabilitation program. I have asked this question before about why our levy dollars used to do with the rehabilitation on stormwater retention ponds that are put there specifically for the drainage of a specific area of a subdivision, and why they're not paid for by the users of that pond, such as the same system, like the system with municipal drains, where it's a user pay system.
So through the mayor, I guess the simple answer is because that's the way it is here. The many municipalities have moved in a different direction, looking at stormwater rates to pay for stormwater infrastructure. That is not a system that we have in place here. Certainly something that I am quite passionate about, and certainly happy to have our team explore different models. It'd be nice if we could have a rate-based system for all of our water, wastewater, and stormwater assets. But that is not a light undertaking. There's a lot of work that goes into that, but it's certainly, I would say, more modernized what we're doing here. But no, it's not a great answer, but it's the way we're set up right now.
If I could, Madam Mayor, that would be, I've been asking this question for like 3 years. At some point, could we put that on the list of getting a report back to council on different options that are available for that kind of thing? Because I know we have a lot of these that have been put in, and they are just now coming to the point where they need that first clean out or that rehabilitation. And, I'd like to look at some other options on this one. So if that could go on the to-do list at the CAO's desk someday, thank you.
Great point, Counselor Van Passen. Counselor Van Adrishi, then Columbus.
I just wanted to concur. I wanted to make sure that there was an action plan going to take place because I think it's important. I like to keep water with water.
Counselor Columbus.
Page 48, sidewalks and walkways reconstruction. 250,000. Just wonder, is that new sidewalks or is it reconstruction, like where they're tearing them out, putting 6 foot widenings in or 5 foot widening? It's
Through the mayor to councillor, yeah, this is just for replacement of existing sidewalks. Every year we do our sidewalk inspection, and that would basically make up a list of our sidewalks which are in need of repair or replacement. And that's what we're showing for the annual pipe budget.
Doesn't look like it's increased much since day one.
Page 49. There's a variety of no, there's a variety of water operations and water investments. So as you can see, as it's scheduled throughout the years, just touching on those earlier comments I made, I think it's important to know when we are officially putting money away and spending it on interurban water plan that contributes to the larger picture. Obviously, what we're doing now is still necessary. Councilor Van Passen, go ahead.
What page where it's just you one up for fair game here.
Moving on, you skipped 50. Give a quick opportunity for everyone.
I guess it's more a big picture question anyway.
Go ahead.
There's a few things in the budget down the road for the Delhi Friendship Fest Center. But during the last term, we were entering into some discussions with the school board on the potential of the gymnasium and the new senior center in Delhi. I just wonder if there any status report or are these numbers still as placeholders in case plan A doesn't go through, we always have plan B.
I can start the conversation through the mayor to the councillor. Yeah, from a facilities review, I think they are a placeholder right now. You'll see some of these dates keep moving along as we hope it, sooner or later we'll have to get our facilities plan together, but you are right, there are a few balls up in the air still being juggled. Things come down. So I don't know who would be best to talk about the other plans, perhaps Brandon or Al is pointing one way or another. But from a facilities thing, they are just a holder position, so we don't forget about them. And when a plan comes forward, these budgets may not be needed or be purposed for whatever the grant.
Final call on page 50 and 51, kind of glazed over 50. We'll move along to 52. Councillor Breton.
Thank you, Chair Martin. On the bottom of page 52, two things in there. One is the boundary fence. I assume somebody, it must be in bad shape. I remember putting that in. The tennis courts on Percy Carter Park, that's off of Talbot Street, $185,000. That's never been a tennis court for 30 years. It's a ball hockey court for what I understand, and it's never, we tried to resurface that at one time, I'm gonna say 30 years ago, and last time I was there, the hockey nets were still on the court. Can somebody answer that? Thank you.
Yes, certainly. Through you, Madam Chair. You are correct. The probably have more knowledge myself. Last time it was actually a tennis court in Simcoe, but the structure itself now is in tough shape. The fence is starting to fall down. It's staff had actually talked about removing it, and there was through their recreation folks and parks, there was folks in the public had said, if it was a tennis court, we need more tennis courts. Can it be a tennis court / multi-use court where you could put pickleball lines on it as well? And that's probably where we're going. That it wouldn't be exclusively for tennis. It would be like a Port Road where tennis players play someday and then it's a pickleball court, and in off season, you're right, the kids could put the nets up and then play street hockey. So it would be a multi-purpose, but we just see it as a great location. And I'm not sure if Mr. Sloan wants to comment on his rec. But there seems to be a need for these multi-use courts, and that's what this would be.
Thank you.
Good, covered it off, or do you want to make a comment?
Through the chair, yes, definitely. Multi-use court.
Okay, we have Councillor Duthie, Bandendrishi, and Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you on page 52, playground replacement program. The top two items there, Lindale Heights and Wellington Park. I just will start maybe with Wellington Park playground replacement and accessible. I can't read the rest of that. Can you tell me what that is? My understanding is that that park in Wellington Park is not, there's nothing to it. There's structure and half, I think. So is it to basically replace what's there, or to make and expand that and make it more substantial?
Certainly. Through the Madam Mayor to the councillor. If you remember back to orientation, we did actually have a couple pictures where $75,000, a pretty basic playground anymore. So when you see 75,000 for the Lindale Heights, that will be a replacement for what's there. When you go down to the Wellington Park at 121, that, and I do realize it's cut off there. I don't have the worksheet, but it would incorporate some accessibility pieces of equipment. So the one in Delcrest, I think, was $250,000, and it's got the rubber mat and a number of pieces of equipment that everybody can use. And this would be, I guess, a smaller version of that. So we would open up some accessibility for folks that could buy some standard playground.
Supplementary to that, then I guess I'm curious why we would do what the reason is to do Lindale Heights playground replacement before Wellington Park.
Through the chair. This becomes a replacement program. So staff have an inventory, obviously, of every playground equipment's in there. They do, I'm not sure if it's monthly inspections, we have to for liabilities, but as things start to wear out in the use of things, it becomes a placeholder for a program each year. So annually, as you can see, I see there's nothing in 224. I'm not sure if that's a mistake or not there, but it's something for every year that's put out. There is a going through the program, which playgrounds come up.
Sorry, I thank you for that, Bill. I appreciate that response. I think my final comment then would be Wellington Park is really bad, and that structure there, in my opinion, is unsafe. I've seen sharp, rusty edges protruding through, and I take my kids there on a regular basis. So, in my ideal world, I'd love to see Wellington Park moved up or released into 2024. Since, as you noted, there's nothing scheduled there.
Okay, through the chair, I believe council, if they do wish to move the project forward, have every right to do that. It is in staff's, 10-year capital, so it's definitely doable from a staff's aspect. It's just if council wishes to move the year ahead.
So is this something we could, just because of our financial concerns, is this something that we can ask for some reporting to follow up on? Like, is it in place of Lindale? Is it a swap for Lindale? Is it both and we're moving it up a year? Or how would you like Councillor Duthie to put a motion?
Through Madam Mayor, my experience with replacement programs, specifically about playgrounds, it's based on the expected life expectancy. So you likely have when it was installed, and if it was expected to last 15 years, in year 16, you'll have in your capital budget the replacement thereof. I don't know the specific dates of these specific parks, so between Lindale and Wellington, but I would suspect it's in 2025 because of the life expectancy and the condition that it's in. If there's a desire to move that forward, you're basically increasing your service level if by not waiting for that replacement cycle. Going into that sort of prioritization, it's not only in terms of life expectancy, but it's also, as Mr. Cridlin said, it's based on the inspections of staff, so that if the quality and the condition of that play structure is in a certain state of disrepair, then you'll move those depending on the year and the life expectancy. So we can certainly look at that, as Mr. Cridlin said, if it's in a 10-year forecast and there's a desire to move 1 year forward or 1 year backwards, we can certainly do that, assuming we've got the resources to do it. I think, as Mr. Cridlin highlighted, there isn't anything scheduled for 2024, so we can certainly move that project ahead. I would just ask that staff take another visual inspection of it, making sure that the condition that is in justifies the moving ahead of it. I mean, certainly if there's something protruding, if there's been some observation that there's some conditions that are less than desirable for our children, we should likely prioritize that and move that forward.
Okay, so is it the preference and to have a formal motion to request it to be moved forward? Or would you like, my question was kind of, should we have some information memo or a staff report where staff could provide options? Is this something that can take priority over Lindale?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think my preference would be just to get direction from council to move it forward a year. I think the one that Lindale's been identified for work this year, that tells me that it's in worse condition than Wellington. Staff have done that prioritization, so it would be just shifting that Wellington one ahead by 1 year.
Okay, Councillor Duthie, you moving that motion?
I would make that motion to move Wellington Park playground replacement ahead and out of 2025 and into 2024. I have one comment, but I'll make a motion first.
Okay, we're looking for seconders. Seconded by Councillor Van Andrieschie. Okay, go ahead.
It's more of a sort of a comment, maybe a bit of a question. I'm not 100% sure just yet. The Lindale Heights Park is also, a stone's throw, a few steps from Lindale Heights Public School, which has a very good park. So I guess I just throw that as a consideration. It's right next there. So.
Okay, so any further comments, debate? I suppose Councillor Hartman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I hope this is a note of turn, Councillor Duffy, but I'm getting the sense that you would much prefer the swap of the Lindale and the Wellington. So, yeah, I'm thinking that's where we need to go. And you're right, the Lindale one does have the school one attached to it, and Wellington Park. We did receive in the last couple of years, a lot of public feedback around that park and the disrepair and things like that. And I think it would be a good step forward in terms of getting some infrastructure, recreational infrastructure back on course in downtown Simcoe.
Technically, we'll put it all up for debate again next year budget anyway. So would it maybe best to have Councillor Duffy withdraw so that we don't vote down his motion to move up the park instead?
So through the mayor, what I'm hearing, I think, is that council would, or Councillor Duffy would prefer to have staff bring back a report to assess those couple of playgrounds for consideration in this budget cycle or in next year's budget cycle. Because if it's this year, then I would suggest that I will make a motion, and then at the end, when we do our motions, we'll add that as a motion for staff to bring forward that fully.
I think it's probably best if staff were to put together just a brief information memo with their recommendation about the priority of Lindale versus Wellington, at which point Councillor Duthie would have the option to then stick with his original motion instead of defeating it today. Then he would be able to move it up if he so chooses based on the information he gets from staff. If staff go out and they look at Lindale and say, no, this really is bad, we need to spend money even if we're decommissioning it because it's not safe. We need to know that. So instead of defeating your motion and then revisiting it later, I think it's best to just have staff bring us some information, knowing that Councillor Duthie is interested in prioritizing Wellington Park over Lindale. Let us know what you think with what the options would be. And then if we go with Lindale for this year, we're able to decide within this budget cycle still. If we move Wellington Park up 1 year, that's a discussion for next year's budget anyway. So there would be no considerable change outside of potentially bumping Lindale Heights if staff believed it was appropriate. Does that make sense, Bill?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. There have been some meetings with staff with some community groups, and they hasn't come to council yet, still preliminary talk about doing something in the core Wellington Park. And I think that's why staff have put Wellington a year down the road to see what happens. But I think we can double back with them and see if their plans together and make that part of our information, because that's something I don't want to say what's happening because some of these plans come and go, but it'll be pretty good for the area if it does. And I think at that time staff will worry with that playground may inhibit some of that. But I think we can still fit it in. It may just be flipped away. So I like the information that we'll
A little bit quicker.
draw a little more information. It's quicker and we'll give you the whole picture of why it was put off.
Are you comfortable with that, Councillor Duthie?
So through the mayor, just to clarify, then if we withdraw this motion and don't put something on the books, which is fine, but we understand that when we approve today, that it will be approved as is right now, and then staff will bring something back to be, I guess, kind of reconsidered in the budget as we bring it forward to finally formally approve it, because we're going to ratify today's decisions on Tuesday.
As long as you're okay with getting an information memo to council before we would ratify this on Tuesday.
But through the mayor, we'll do our best. Yeah. We'll have something here, whether it's the whole picture. I'm not sure how far we get, but we'll have a little more information before this council makes a decision on it.
Councillor Duthie, go ahead with closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess I would then rescind that motion. I would thank staff because I've just encumbered you with something else that I hadn't really intended, and I would thank staff and my council colleagues for the direction they have provided on this.
Okay, thank you. I believe I had Councillor Vandendriessche and Michelle and Van. Was that a hand? Van Pass and Columbus to follow.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. If I'm looking at other replacements, and I just need a little bit of an explanation. When we look at the ice the ice floor that has to be replaced and the boards, in Dover. All our arenas, are they on a cycle to tell us when they are required to be replaced? Or do we go by, what do we go by?
Through the mayor, that's a very good question. So we're with rink floors and dasher boards. There's an industry standard that'll say 25 to 30. Some people stretch them to 35. You should put a new floor in. Sometimes you can see distress in the floor itself, and you can still cover that up with ice. But within the floors are the coolant lines and things, and they tend to get bad after that time. So a good rule of thumb is, and we've stretched all of ours out in Norfolk to the standard or the industry standard. So at some time we do need to put new floors in them, and when you put new floors, you put new rink boards in as well, and that's what we go by. Dover's been identified as being the first to.
Okay, and seeing that, because all arenas are in a certain age bracket, I know we have a few newer ones and older ones, but I see nothing then up to 2032.
Yeah, through the mayor, that's something I'll check with staff, because I know we had a few concerns with Talbot, for instance, a number of years ago. It's one of the older ones, and that line should be filled out. I caught that myself, because I think they'll, I'll not speak out there, but I think Talbot was to be done at some point, so that should at least show up there. So that's something we'll follow up with.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilor Shelley.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go back to another replacement item that we had. I think Councillor Brunton had asked about the tennis court reconstruction, and also Councillor Hoffman mentioned about improving some of our recreational infrastructure in Simcoe. Simcoe has a population in excess of 10,000 people, and to my knowledge, there is currently one public tennis court, which is off of Thompson Drive. And quite frankly, it's not in great condition either. But so that I do think that if that were resurfaced, and perhaps I'll just make a small correction to what Councillor Brunton said earlier. I think it was used as a tennis court about maybe 12 or 13 years ago, just because I have used it. But I do know that there are a lot of people in Simcoe who have commented to me that they would much prefer to have a little bit more tennis and pickleball court available to the public here. And I'm sure that money would be well spent, because I do know that particular facility would be very well used.
Councilor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Farther down the list here on page 52, after the discussions we had this morning, we have an item for the check valve at the Delhi pool. Is that still required, or is that going to become part of the overall rebuild?
Through the mayor, that was a bit of an oversight. It's not included in the project, but will be done at the same time. It's a valve that keeps the pool from emptying. It definitely needs to be done. And while I have the mic, back to Councillor Vanderdriesch, my apologies, and to staff as well. If you look further down on page 53, you will see the Talbot Gardens floor in there for 2025 in the arena for 1.5 million as well. So it is a 10-year forecast. I didn't catch that myself, so good point.
Councilor Columbus.
My question was about the Delhi pool that Councillor raised.
I have a question concerning, it's very minimal on page 53, the dinghy dock retrofit for the Riverfront Park. Previous budgets, we implemented changes for the donation bin, which I believe staff told us ended up being a successful endeavor. So is that covering the costs, the replacement costs? Is it assisting with it? Is it a drop in the hat? Neither.
Through the mayor, to the mayor, very good question. I may have to look at our finance staff, because the donation box is there. We are collecting money. I don't have the total that we've made over the last couple of years. And I'm not sure, as to council's direction, where that money actually goes to, because we sell used dump trucks and equipment, and some people think it goes back to the fleet. Kind of goes to the general coffers, whatever that is, and then finance staff decide where it goes. So Kathy, can you answer that? Does it directly go because it's there to the docks, or is it more of a general coffer type thing? I don't know where the revenue goes.
I believe it actually goes to the docks itself. We'll have to double check that. I believe it goes just to, it's the surface deficit for the levy budget. We'll double check that.
Okay, thanks. Not as concerned directly as where it's going, but is it, paying for the infrastructure? And I think that was kind of the idea behind it. Counselor Berry.
Mayor, I have a question for, I don't know who, but with the ballpark replacement to the steel light tower replacement program, and I guess in a way some of the arena upgrades too. Have county staff tried to work with any of the user groups, like the sports organizations, to try to access other funding to do this work? The reason I ask is we just did the lights in Port Dover for 25 grand, and we got that through a grant. And I realize it's not quite the same thing because that park is not owned by the county, and I know there are municipal restrictions on getting some of the grants. But I also know that if user groups have a lease for those properties, that in an agreement with the county to use them, that they can access funds to make improvements to leased properties. And so when I'm looking at this budget, over the next several years, 200 this year, 165 next, 318 and 308. I guess my question says county exhausted all options when working with other groups to basically educate them on how they can help get funding to do some of these replacements.
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor. First of all, there's been an engineering study done on all of the parks for street lightings, and there's field lighting. We did start, I believe our first one was in Delhi, and we did miss a year, and we actually had a tower come down that year. So that engineer was right out of that. So these are inspected and rated. We are always open when a county as a whole, a lot of it falls on the financial department. And lately tons of grants have come in. So we always sit at SLT and say, let's go through the capital budget, which budgets, because with a lot of the grant money, they like to see it kind of a shovel ready. Like we just can't make projects up and stick them in the 10-year. A lot of times they want to see them in there. So as soon as something comes up for any grant funding, we go through and say, that's a match, that's a match. And as far as working with the user groups, we find, and there's been some successes, and I wish I could off the top of my head remember some of the successes we've had with the minor hockeys and stuff where they've came forward. We just find that the larger the item gets, like new floors and a few $100,000 for the lights, it's tougher for these smaller organizations to make that kind of money. But a lot of times on smaller things such as little fencing jobs or dugouts, they do chip in, they do some fundraising, and we just find that they're not able to cover these bigger ones they live into the county. But it's something staff can always push for, and it gets tougher as time goes on, trying to get funds out of these groups because the volunteers that run the associations are parents like the rest of us and working and stuff, and mom and dad working. It's tougher to get them at the grassroots, but where they are able to, they do kick in.
I didn't ask it right because that's not actually what I was asking. I wasn't asking for the user groups to spend the money. What I'm asking is for the county, if it can. Let me backpedal a little bit. So I'm on the board of Port Dover Minor Baseball and Port Dover Minor Hockey. Until I was sitting at that table, they weren't willing to answer what they could do to offset any of their expenses. So because I have a bit of that knowledge that I was able to tell them, and then we were able to work on getting the funding. So my question, I suppose, is there a way that county, because of your go to these groups and do some kind of information and say, look, you guys, because you're incorporated, can actually help us improve your facilities if you do these things. Because I feel like if they do that, that a lot of them would say, yeah, let's do this. Let's help with these upgrades. And so I'm not saying that the organizations have to fundraise and do another fundraiser. I'm saying that they have the ability through their non-for-profit status to access funding that might help these bottom lines. And so if we're looking at a few $1 million, if we can get 25% of that through provincial sources that we're not working with right now because those not-for-profits aren't accessing funds. There's a significant, I know that maybe not this year we can't do it, but in 2026 when we do the whatever one that is, it would say 2026 Steel Light Tower Replacement Program, whatever that organization is, has 3 years to get their affairs in order to be able to apply for funding to help us do that work.
Through the mayor, I think it's definitely something staff can take back and work with the groups because Trillium comes to mind, and some of our trail groups have been successful in getting money through the Trillium. And the county has to be part of that because sometimes if it's a county-owned facility, depending on what's happening, they won't fund it. They leave it to Norfolk County, and some are a little loose in between, where as long as we sign as partners sort of thing. So I think you've got my wheels turning. We'll take it back to staff. And we'll do that next extra step when we look at it's municipally. It doesn't set, but could we talk with one of our minor hockey groups or something to tap into it? I think it's probably something we can get a little more proactive at. I agree with you.
Sorry, go ahead.
Thanks, Bill.
Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Cridland, really quickly, the Talbot Gardens Arena front entrance doors replacement, is that, are we replacing with basically the same doors that are already there? Is it a new style of doors? Those are very small and difficult to get hockey bags through. I hear complaints about that 3 times a week.
Okay, we probably hear 4 times a week, but no, just kidding. Through the mayor, Kathy, I'm not sure if the worksheet's there, but when you'll see Lincoln come up in here as well to do the front door, it's a real pinch point. And I think that's what staff looked at. I don't have the design or anything. We did some work in Waterford a couple of years ago and kind of closed it off so we didn't open it up and have a pool. So yeah, we'd always look at optimizing space, traffic flow, and all the newer technology that goes into the sliding. So I don't have all the details, but state of the art, if I can use that for doors, and make the improvements to work on the traffic flow.
Blair Bratton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Just very quickly, Lions Club, the upgrades to Lions Park scoreboard, 36,000. The $18,000, is that a Lions Club contribution?
The mayor to the council, we're going to bring that one up. I believe there is some help coming with that. We'll just verify that.
Okay, and the other one I see there is the water. I know everything's on a well up there, but not so expensive for what it does. It's just the field house and the sprinkler system for the field, I assume. But is that accurate, Trader?
Through the mayor, I would, I'm going to have to say so that staff have talked to the irrigation folks and the well installers, and that's how we get our pricing. So really,
okay, thank you.
Sir Columbus.
Under other replacements and page 53, the mobile washroom trailer replacement project, 247,000 in 2025. I think that is pretty stationary right now, that trailer. And I know if you go to move it, it gets more and more dilapidated every day that one was down there. And it hasn't really been moving around county recently. So why are we looking at another trailer? Why can't we maybe look at something more permanent if it's going to stand over in it?
Through the mayor to the councilor, you are correct. Every time we do move the trailer, it tends to, I guess, the travel as it gets older, things shake and we have issues. So it is stationed in Port Dover, and this unit has to be. We've never used the storage tanks inside for obviously it's just season to hook up to a sanitary sewer. So in Dover, it's hooked up. It used to go to Delhi, as you know, for the spring festival there, which changed names a few times, and it does sit at Panorama for the fall, into the winter. So I'm not sure how to answer your question other than we do need something in Dover for washrooms. I think Councillor Barry has mentioned that, and I think this serves a purpose. And then the Panorama is there. So I can go back to staff, but I think it's still a mobile bathroom need for those two and the other events we go to. Just hope we get something that travels a little better. But in fairness, this trailer, I believe it's 12 to 15 years old, and it's pretty good lifetime for something like that.
And is it closed up like right now? It's not accessible to the public.
Through the mayor, I believe it is stationed out at Wellington Park in anticipation for the light up of Panorama, which is I should know myself, but I think a few weeks away.
Thank you. Bill, did you want to add a comment for Councillor Bratton?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There is another 18,000, which is external revenues for the Lions Club Park, and so there is fundraising involved for half of that scoreboard. It doesn't say, I assume it is, but I don't want to give credit to somebody and kill somebody else, so I'm assuming it is.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We're gonna keep moving along here. Page 54. Counselor Columbus, Counselor Breton to follow.
Yes, under facilities, these generators that we're replacing, page 54. There's several of them. I don't find them being used that readily, are they? And what would we do with the old ones that come out of there?
Through Madam Mayor, we have now got our generators on a replacement program as well, and I guess that's taken a few years here at Norfolk County. We do have, as you know, a number of generators. They play an important part when power goes out to say our health unit, where they have refrigeration units that need to run for certain drugs, and even standard business. We have a lot of buildings, and if generators out and there's no power, that's a lot of staff that have to be relocated. So they do fill that purpose on an emergency. Obviously, all of our fire stations and EMS spaces have a backup generation as well. They need that to operate. As far as when they are on a life cycle, and I can't tell you what that is, but it's depending on the size and the amount of use. They're serviced monthly, tested to make sure they work, and staff do a condition on them. I'm assuming, I don't know myself, but when something comes like that for sale, I believe it's sold through probably the gov deals. Very similar situation to our equipment.
Sorry, Counselor Breton, were you on deck?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Martin. Sorry about that. Sorry, under retaining walls, or I assume it is a just a figure you put in there to do whatever you can do for repairs. And my point is, there's a retaining wall on a calls, I believe, the high school, Call Street, up on the bend there, and it's probably close to 50 years old, and it's in excellent shape, other than it needs a little bit of repointing, and it'll probably last another 30 years. You want to put that one on your list. So anyways, thank you.
Okay, going ahead, page 56. Counselor Duthie.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Through you to staff, the Simcoe Rec Center full roof replacement at $750,000. So I see that there's grant subsidies donations for $450. I'm just wondering if you could elaborate as to where that's from.
Just if we can just give us a few minutes to find that on the worksheet, we appreciate it.
Okay, and then perhaps also when you're looking that up, it's slated for 2024, number 40 Colburn Street and number 60 Colburn Street roof replacements. I believe those are the two buildings on this square. Am I correct?
That is correct.
And what's in those right now? One's a rental, and what's going on with the other?
To the mayor, I believe our bylaw staff, correct me, I sometimes get in my own little world and I don't get here much of this building, but I believe bylaw staff are in the one and the other is inspected out. We see it as other special grants back to the rec center roof, and we're just gonna have to dig a little deeper, but we'll jump back.
Okay, we'll move along to Counselor Van Andrieschen. Just wave me down when you have a response.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving over to the Langton Arena roof replacement, it's 24, and I see Cortland as well. Was Langton not just done this summer? Am I wrong in assuming that? I saw people on the roof putting new shingles.
Through the mayor, I can double check with the council. I think there was some repair work done, but the repair work was just a little bit off until.
I think that maybe we could look at that one, because I really truly believe that roof was, in my opinion, replaced, and at 125, you're not putting on a roof on that arena.
Yep, it's too well done.
Give staff a moment to look that up, but we can move along to page 57. Page 58. Counselor Van Passen.
Thanks, Mayor. Sorry, I missed my mark here on page 57. The vertical lift in the Delhi tobacco. Is that something that can be put off until we get the overall big picture resolved? $100,000 that the entryway around the upstairs, right? To walk through. Is it really required? I know we got AODO, after the presentation this morning, maybe we could, take everything upstairs there, put it downstairs at the front building and not need the elevators in either building. So is that something that can be put off for a year until the bigger picture is resolved on staffing and the overall review of our museum facilities?
Through the mayor to the councillor. That's a very good question. I know senior leadership team have went through this a number of times with these lifts and what is the future of the building? And I think I agree with you to a point that I'm just not sure, when that information will come. So we know what we're doing. But again, I think staff have felt that in this case, through, requests from the communities and programming there, that it is asked for, it's needed. But again, not to play both sides. If council did want to bump that year, that's their decision. And we can't argue. We can argue either way. They are expensive items, but if people are asking for them to enhance their experience of the buildings, that's for staff's service and budgets. So that's your random put you in a corner, but I'll turn it over to you.
Sure, through the chair, just to supplement that with some additional information, because as Bill said, we did look at the vertical lifts for all of these facilities and tried to prioritize amongst them, which was next. Delhi Museum was identified because it's been at least 4 years. That's been inaccessible. It is an AODA issue and has been requested numerous times. So we're kind of floating on there as to whether or not we would have any issue with that. It's also makes it unsafe and challenging to move any of the artifacts from that second floor mezzanine down to the first floor without it. As Bill said, it has been put off and deferred for a while. There is some consideration of what is the future operation and use of that museum, but at this point in time, it's a museum within our park there and it's under operation. Consider whether or not we would want to roll the dice on another year.
Columbus, Councillor Barry.
Can we wait till we deal with the operating budget on this one? Leave it in for now till we need some human resources in that particular building. There's no sense fixing up a building if it's not going to be used, right? So, and I know the community would be in an uproar, being that it is the tobacco industry that developed most of Norfolk County.
Yeah, through the chair, I know that it has been used and we find ways to program and use the space. I mean, we've got a display in there on the ground floor right now. So through our facilities operations, I don't think this project is ready to be tendered. So I don't think there's any danger or previously of needing to tender it right away. I think that there is some opportunities to pursue grants for accessibility as well. So that might be another thing we want to look at.
Councillor Barry.
Thank you. Brandon, you say numerous, it would like a sense of what does that mean when you've got numerous requests? Like, I know you probably don't have an exact number, but are we talking like a dozen? Are we talking 1,000?
Through the chair, you're correct. I don't have the number, but I would say several, a couple.
I have a question pertaining to page 56. There's in the 2023 budget, a handful of county admin building upgrades. I know that these are essential to keep a variety of operations rolling, but kind of goes into the bigger picture. Will there be some information coming forward to council for a bigger plan of our facilities? Not that we have any money to do that or we want to bite off more than we can chew, but as we continue to, we do this, you know, with everything. We do it with our historic buildings, we do it with recreation, and now we're certainly doing it with admin. Will there be kind of a holistic plan?
For you, Madam Mayor, council actually did give staff the authority to proceed. We're in the process of hiring a consultant who's going to be looking at all of our portfolio properties, buildings, and coming back with some recommendations to this council in the new year.
Alrighty, so page 56, 57, moving along to the final pages of 3B, we've got 58 and 59. Councillor Breton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This one is amazing to me. I'm down on the soil remediation project. And I've been watching this for probably 10 years. And it just makes me wonder that when will it end, or I'm starting to wonder, am I imagining this as a project that it's never really happening? Anyways, we put a man on the moon, yet we don't seem to be able to solve the problem up there. And I think it's time that we took a good hard look at that. And all I'll ask for is perhaps, I know what we've done in the past, digging all the soil out front of the OPP station, but I think it's time staff gave us a good report. Who's doing the work, and it's all going into debt financing, and I assume the total of 9.5 million so far have been put in there. It's bloody ridiculous. Anyways, I won't say what I really think, but I just think we need a report to take a good look at it, and I don't know who does it or who's going to do it, but we have to get to the bottom of this thing. It's ridiculous. Anyways, I'll leave it with staff. I'd like to see a report. Thank you.
Sure, Bill.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, to the councillor, as you can see in the budget, it does come to an end in 2024. There have been various reports to council in the past, but I do see your point as a new council here, especially having an update, and I will arrange that to come to you. You are right. They started on the far east side and did all of the work at the OPP lands, the provincial lands. They have now installed a basically charcoal barrier between the wood lots and the part they've cleaned. And, I think it'd be fair if council ever wanted to step in and see what's there. The engineer on site, they're pumping groundwater 24/7, running it through filters. There's the interjection of bad bugs and bacteria that are now breaking down the hydrocarbons. It's pretty scientific stuff, but we are told that through the original plan that 2024, one more year at the end of 2024, we should have a clean site, and there'll be maybe some monitoring in the future, but we'll definitely get an information report to council, say the first of the year on that. And I think if a tour was wanted by this council on how that works, or for you to come over, I know the engineer would love to have you there and show you what they're doing, because it is mind boggling, but the work is going on. I can guarantee you that.
Well, I went there, gosh, 8 years ago, and we were digging out in front of the OPP station, and I know you could get a sense of fuel smell, but I just don't understand why. And I remember way back where they had the problems under the county garage, but I don't understand. It's too bad old Bill McDowell wasn't around. Maybe he'd be able to help us, but I can't understand why they can't get to the source.
Through the mayor, it's probably best we bring a report through. What I know of stepping in this position is the source is actually under the building. So the original plan was, could you ever lift that building up and excavate like you did at the OPP? And I guess you can, like you said, put a man in who could do that. So what they're doing now is allowing Mother Nature, the flow of the water, because they know which way it goes as it flows through the filters and is pumped and cleaned. That's the way to the source. So I think, like I said, I think it's a really good time for the board to come forward on it. It's one of our biggest expenditures and operations and has been going from, so we're going to report to it first of the year.
No, correct me if I'm wrong, when they did the rehab on the county garage, did they not dig out all under that? Wasn't that one of the holdups while we were out of there for some time? I thought they dug all underneath that.
Through the mayor, yeah, not being directly involved, you stretch my memory here, but I think it was to do with boreholes and they did find the contamination and they cleaned up part of what they thought they had, but the contamination was further in extent. So you are right. We did vacate the garage for a year to do some of that work and then back in, and this is the work that's going on.
I'll wait for the report. Thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
The keyword 8 or 10 years ago was should. See, the keyword today is still should. But anyway, I recall when this boiled to like 7 million, then 9 million. And I think the Minister of Environment came on to us and said, you guys got to do something. And I believe that's where a lot of our reserves that we had were pulled out to offset this cost. Because it came down really quick before council to do something.
Okay.
Kathy LaPlante has some history on it.
Through the chair, Councillor Columbus, I'm sorry, I'm gonna play a Teresa. I was at another matter. Baking, my apology.
He's asking if you have any recollection of using reserves on remediation.
No, I do not have any records. I believe it's always been done. The project started, we'd have to look back for sure because it has been one of the longest projects. But offhand, I don't remember. It did start off and it just continued to escalate, so.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So that is a wrap on 3B, the asset management capital. We will take a lunch break and we're going to return with section 3D, which is requisitions from boards and agencies, starts on page 66. So it is 1:19. What are we thinking for a lunch break? 20 minutes? 1:45. We'll be back at 1:45. Great, thank you.
Hey, Benny. Working hard or hardly working?
Ho, ho, ho. Very funny. I tell ya, I had enough of peppermint.
Well, what do you say I bust you out of candy cane duty, we head back to Norfolk County, and you help me get the gifts on this list?
What list?
This list.
This is this.
This list?
That list.
What does it matter whose list it is? It's a list full of gifts. And as elves, it is our duty to get the gifts on this list.
Well, have you checked it twice?
What do you mean if I... Let's just go.
Okay, Norfolk's a big county, so we're gonna have to move fast if we want to get every gift on this list. Extra virgin olive oil from the barrel. A Christmas doormat from Nifty Gifty Norfolk. Wait, can't you just order these at shopnorfolk.ca?
Yeah, but don't you just love a road trip?
Okay, first stop, Port Dover. Here we'll grab mint fudge from Coco Cabana, handcrafted earrings from Cabin 509, and an Oxygeno superficial from Magnolia Metaspa.
Now that's an elfful. I don't know. I was looking for something with more bells and tinsel.
Yeah, it needs more blingle.
How about a pair of Christmas socks? Does that add enough blingle?
Blingle all the way! In Simcoe, we'll grab Norfolk barbecue sauce from Sloth and Molasses, guitar strings from Eerie Music,
VG bacon from VG Meats.
bacon. Can you believe they had this in the fiction section?
It should be in True Crime. Santa was clearly breaking and entering. Jackpot! What the elf? Waterford has such an eclectic range of shops.
Yeah, and they're all so different too.
Welcome to Brush Designs, ground zero for all your Christmas shopping. In fact, it's a little like a Christmas bomb went off in here.
Jeez, I hope no one was hurt. Minor Brothers dog food? Check.
Hey, what's that?
Yeah, it's a dwarf mini horse. That's as big as they'll get.
Kind of like you, Benny.
No, Pixie, I'm regular size. You're the colossal giant.
Not around here, Benny. Not around here. Next up, Port Rowan, home of the shops along the shore.
This is where we'll pick up an antique vase from Franny's attic, leggings from Sheer Creations, and a handbag from Cheshire's On Bay. You know, there's something about this list.
Hey, Ben, let's take some Alfies.
And finally, Delhi, where we'll find toys for kids.
And toys for big kids, too. Did you get the gift certificates for the extensions?
Gift certificate? Well, that's it for the list.
Wait, I want to add something to the list.
You can't just add to the list. It's an official gift list. Wait, is this your list?
Whose list?
This list. Is this your list of gifts? As in gifts for yourself? Candy canes?
Check the flavor.
Bacon?
Bacon.
Find uniquely perfect gifts right here in Norfolk County, both in store and online at shopnorfolk.ca. Merry Christmas and happy holidays from your local businesses.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series about people who live in Norfolk. People that get involved in our community, people that are passionate about living here. We sit down, have a conversation, and learn about their stories. Welcome to Passionate Folks. I am Emily. I love to connect with people. I love to ask questions and get to know people better. So today I'm sitting here with Scott. Hey.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So Scott, to start, can you tell us a little bit more about yourself, who you are, where you're from, and where you live?
My name's Scott McCrae. I'm a chef here in Norfolk County. I'm the chef at David's Restaurant in town, and I live in Port Dover, or just outside. And yeah, all my family's from Port Dover. I moved here in high school and left for a bit and moved back, and now
Made it your home.
Made it my home. Yeah, it was my home before. I realized it was my home while I was away, and Yeah.
Came back to the roots.
Yes, exactly.
So as I do with every guest, I ask you to pick a place in Norfolk County for us to do this interview. So tell me where you invited me and why you picked this place.
Well, we're here at Matt's Fruit Barn, just outside of town, and it was a pretty easy choice. I know we wanted something that was kind of related to what I do. We were also talking about how diverse Norfolk County is as far as things that grow here, and it's like #1 for so many different fruits and vegetables. And one of the first things I always think about is just, especially considering what job I have, is food. Norfolk County produces so much food and grows so much food. This property here that Christine and Jess and the family have, kind of, they grow more things here than I can even think of. Like, you look
It's a
around.
good representation of Ontario's garden when
Exactly.
you visit this place, isn't it?
Yeah. This is kind of just like a little example of what this area has to offer.
So I love to dig in people's passion and see what lights them up. And I'd love to know about you. I think I may have a little bit of an idea, but what are you most passionate about?
That's a tough one. I think definitely I'm passionate about food and what I do. That's something that since I was young, I've always associated memories. Like a lot of people with songs or with like smells or things, it'll just trigger a memory. And a lot of my early childhood memories have to do with food. There'll be a weird little thing that I remember, like, oh, that was my first like black olive I ever had, or that was like, there's a lot of memories that kind of are associated with that.
Big connections to
Big
food
ones,
and
yeah. Like the mulberry tree in my grandparents' backyard, and we just stand for hours underneath just like eating mulberries. And
So I know you work long hours. It's a busy season for you in the restaurant. When you have some downtime, where do you like to go in Norfolk? Where do you like to have a good time?
Well, I'm lucky that all my family lives here. I moved away for a while. I moved to the city. I was in Yukon for a bit. Just being back and being able to see family is I don't get to see them enough still, but it's definitely a big reason why I came back and something I like to do. Friends too, just hanging out on local patios or at their house or watching Leafs games. Well, I've always been kind of, from my grandma when I was a kid, I got really into like birds. Yeah, so I mean, there's binoculars in the truck right now with the bird book.
Go to Long Point or where?
Well, of course, like that's Long Point. Well, around here, like I'm lucky I live out of town. You can drive out and see the tundra swans at Long Point when they come through. It's really a mecca for that. If you're into that, I'm a bit of a weird, obsessive record collector, and I've got a lot of records.
Do you like to see live music around? Is there
of course.
decent bands that are around that you like to?
Oh, tons. Yeah. It's great. I mean, like a lot of my friends are musicians, and there's not a ton of downtime, but when there is, it's like sometimes just things that are just nice and relaxing. It always helps when you have like a local brewery.
And there's a lot to pick from, so.
Yeah, there's a lot of great ones. It's really exploded, especially since I moved back from Toronto about 10 years ago, and even in that time, it's the wine scene, the beer scene, the ciders, like all that has just exploded, and it's all really good. Like,
So do you think, like, just back to the winery and the brewery, like, after high school and when you wanted to leave and get to the city and get out of here and coming back and finding it like right here?
Well, even when I originally moved back, I was intending on going back to the city, and I came back and just realized that this is where I wanted to be. This is where my heart is. This is where I really belong, and I have friends there, but the friends that I have here are friends I've had since I was like in high school, right? So there's something there where there's
You live in a pretty cool place.
yeah, it's great.
I thank you so much for your time. I love connecting with you and learning about your passions, so I appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks.
My name is Jim Toombs. I'm an Associate Purchasing Specialist here at Toyotetsu, also known as TTCA. Here at Toyotetsu, we're responsible for supplying Toyota with car parts, mainly automotive frame for the Lexus, the Corolla, and other Toyota models. I started here in May of 2016. I was in welding. Here I am 2 years later, and I'm a salaried position. The job itself it's challenging. There are challenges in what I have to do every day, and for that I enjoy it. It's not monotonous day in, day out. There's new challenges that I'm confronted with and new tasks that I have to do. A high school student who's like, I'm not sure, I think this is an excellent opportunity to kind of answer that question for themselves. They can see what kind of the working world is like, as well as pick up skills. There are plenty of opportunities here. For example, for me, I was in welding, but that didn't mean I had to stay there. There's opportunities in stamping, where you'd learn different skills entirely. PC, again, the same thing, some different skills needed that you'd learn. Though we make car parts and they're welded, there are a lot of departments and areas that support that.
My name is Aaron Pace. I'm a yard manager here at Townsend Lumber. We are a sawmill that produces lumber. We make anywhere from rail ties to timber frame home products, kill-dried lumber, which is used for wood cabinets and furniture. We also do pallet components, and we also do stakes for farming. We ship container loads to the Middle East, we ship it to Asia. We have gone to Mexico, Singapore. We've shipped to many different locations. My father has worked here for 30 years. He got me a part-time job as a summer student. I started as a regular piler, as a laborer at the entry-level position. And with hard work and dedication, I have been promoted through the system, and it took 9 years to become a supervisor. I enjoy the freedom of the job, like outside working with the heavy industrial stuff, talking to the range of customers and the way we produce things for them.
My name is Cam Kirkwood. I'm a production supervisor at Superior Essex in Simcoe. We make magnet wire and cable for the transformer industries. Our magnet wire products are found all around you that most people don't even notice, in winding motors, in alternators in your vehicles, transformers on the side of the road or on top of poles. I've been here at the company for 15 years. I started on the floor as a machine operator for 7 years, and then I did a stint in engineering for about a year, and then I moved on to production supervisor for the last 7. One of the best parts about working here is it is a build-to-order shop, so although we do make similar products every day, it's very unique. We don't always see the same orders. There's always new challenges. One of the best parts about being in manufacturing for me is the shift work. So it provides an opportunity for you to adjust to do your own life on your days off, or you can pursue other interests. A lot of people have second businesses or hobbies that they really enjoy. There is lots of opportunity to advance. There's educational assistance programs. You can continue to learn new skills and advance to a new area if you were so desire.
There's a great opportunity moving up the manufacturing sector.
Try it, because you're going to learn a lot about the working world as well as yourself.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series where I'll be highlighting people from Norfolk County who have a passion, who are involved in our community, who are the movers and shakers. So I'm excited to introduce every month somebody new from Norfolk that will bring you their story, their passion, and share it all with us. Come on in. All right, welcome to the first episode of Passionate Folks. I'm Emily, and I love to dig in people's life and getting to know more about them. I'm here with Jess today. Thanks, Jess, for showing up.
Thank you for having me. This is so exciting.
So Jess, for the people that don't know you, introduce yourself. Tell me a little bit more about you and the person that you are.
Sure. Well, my name's Jess, and I grew up in Waterford, more specifically Boston, more specifically Bill's Corners. I'm a passionate Norfolk advocate. I love this area. I love theater. I love music. I love anything arts related. Also a passionate advocate for entrepreneurs in the area.
So I invited you to pick a location in Norfolk that meant something to you. So tell us where we are and why you picked this place.
All right, we are here in Simcoe Little Theater. It's on the corner of Talbot and Yonge in downtown Simcoe. And this place, Simcoe Little Theater, is a very special place to me. I spent most of my life in these walls, on that stage, behind the stage, in these seats, like everywhere in this space. It's something that theater is something that's like has always been a big part of my life since I was about 8 years old.
You mentioned to me that you also in high school, you were really involved into the drama program and all that, so.
I had walked the halls of my high school and I'd seen so many pictures on the wall of different shows they had done throughout the years, but nobody was doing shows anymore. And I was like really bummed about that. So in grade 10, me and my girlfriends, we got, we roped all our moms in. We're like, if we start doing high school shows, like, will you guys help? Will you make costumes? Will you whatever? And they all jumped in.
Involved.
Yeah.
I love that, right? Like, that's a small community, like,
That's
everybody
it.
coming in together.
And like, that's what it requires, right? Like, a show is like a mini village coming together, like making all the pieces happen.
So this community, I think the word, like, you keep repeating it, and I think what you're creating in Groundswell is that sub-community within the community, and that really stands out. So would you say this is something that you're really passionate about?
Oh yeah. Yes.
Yes, that connection,
Totally.
right? Yeah.
I just think like community is everything. We're not meant to live life alone. I don't think. And I don't mean like you have to necessarily have a romantic partner to live a life, but just have people around you that get you. That you don't have to explain yourself. You know what I mean? You just walk in the room and they're happy to see you. That's it.
That's always such a good feeling. Isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah, like you just have those people that, believe in you too, right?
Yeah.
And just cheerleaders.
Yeah.
So I see, Jess, you're always involved in this community, like you're volunteering places, you really want this place to grow and thrive, and so why Norfolk, and what do you love so much about this place?
Oh man, I think, yeah, it's a really good question. It's a combination of things. I think the geography that we live in, the nature we have around us, that is a huge benefit of being in Norfolk. But it's also the people here. And that's why I'm so obsessed with community, because we have so many beautiful people who live here with ideas, with talents, with love and vision. And I think that's what excites me. It's like, just because we're a small town doesn't mean we have small ideas or small impact.
I want to bring some of the music piece, because I know we've been talking a lot about the theater and acting, but I know that music is so important to you.
Yes.
And a big part of your life.
Yes.
So tell me a bit more about your maybe influences and what makes you feel alive in music.
Just like theater, I love performing music too. There's something really cool about being on stage. Like that, before I came here today, I was like thinking about how alive I feel when I'm on stage. And I think that everyone kind of looks for that thing that makes them feel alive.
Yeah.
So for me, it's that.
Awesome. So I thank you so much, Jess, for taking the time to meet with me. There's going to be more feature of passionate, uplifting community people through this little video series. So keep watching. Thanks, Jess.
Thank you. Oh my God. This is so much fun.
Awesome. Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series about the people that live in Norfolk, people that are passionate, people that are involved in our community, people that bring a lot of positivity. This is about story and conversation. Join us for the second guest. Welcome to episode 2 of Passionate Folks. I'm Emily. I love to ask questions, learn about people, get some connections. I'm here with Carrie today.
Thank you for having me.
I've been chatting with you and I got to know you a little bit more, but for folks that don't know you, maybe introduce yourself.
My name is Carrie Bokenholt. I live here in Waterford. I've lived here for over 15 years. I'm married. I got 2 kids, and I just love the community.
From our conversation today, there's a lot of the community word showed up quite a few times. So
I'm a believer of, when I moved into Waterford, I thought, wow, you know what? If we get involved, then you learn so much more, and you meet so many different people. I mean, people that I know if I wouldn't have met otherwise.
Yes. So I asked you to pick a location, Carrie, and so tell us where we are and why you picked it.
I picked the Waterford Heritage Agricultural Museum, WHAM, because in a couple summers we will be building our skateboard park here. So it's kind of a let's do it all fun. Not that I wear the shirt or anything, but yes, this will be our future location on the other side.
Talking about passion and passionate people, what do you think your passion is?
My passion is youth. I love kids. You know what? There's no such thing as a bad kid. Kids make bad decisions. And as the old saying, it takes a village to raise a child. And I truly believe that, we give kids, that opportunity and show them that we support them, and that, that we're there for them, and they'll make the right decisions.
I made a stop at her business. She has a business downtown Waterford, and I was seeing that your family works there, your friends, your best friend is...
My best friend is with me. Both best friends, yes.
So this tight-knit community feel is really important to you.
When I was given my dream, and somebody said to me, here, I'll help you, create your dream. And I thought, okay, karma. So this is somebody saying to me, it's my opportunity to use this to give back. If I have a restaurant, nobody should be hungry. I want kids to feel like they can come in and say, I need something, or I need a drink, or, whatever. I've been doing this for 30 years, and the kids that I trained 30 years ago still come back to find me. And they come back and they tell me what they've been doing. And I guess the biggest thing is people don't realize sometimes the simplest thing can change a kid's life.
It is a ripple effect, don't you think?
It is, you know what? And I mean, so I get to see their, I feel old when I start seeing them coming with their kids. And I start seeing, that they've gone through and they're going to university, or they're doing this, or they've done this or done that. And it makes me feel like, I had a piece of that. Just by being involved in their life, maybe I made a little bit of a difference.
So you're an entrepreneur, you're super involved in the community, you're a mom, you have a lot on the go. So if I ask you, what do you do to de-stress and let go?
I like to go to the gym. I like to, boot camp, yoga. I try to take, a few hours a week for me.
Yes.
And it's just about me. And I honestly think anybody who's really busy, I think, needs to learn. It took me 48 years to figure it out. But
never too late.
Never too late. As I said, I can go to the gym and I can be having the world's hardest day, and I always say I leave it on the mat.
Love.
So when I walk out of there, I feel like a completely, totally different person. Leave it on the mat.
So other than that, when you're in Norfolk, what else do you love to do? What's your favorite spot or place that you like to visit, or something you love to do?
Love to go on the trails. I love going fishing on the ponds. Waterford, we have so many little places to go and see and do and
What's
stuff.
happening in this community?
You know what, there is. And I mean, the thing is we don't really, I laugh because there's so many of us who don't see what's here. They're right here. I mean, Whistling Gardens, Bonnie Heath. We have all the wineries and stuff. The museum. There's so many places to go. You can have a staycation without leaving Norfolk.
Yes. So thank you so much, Carrie, for joining me today and being part of this blog and video series. I invite you to check it out. Every month there will be somebody new, a new story, a new connection. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series about the people of Norfolk. People that are involved in our community, people that bring a lot of energy. So this is about a conversation, this is about their story. So welcome to episode 3. Welcome to Passionate Folks. I'm Emily. I love to dig in people's lives, ask questions, and learn about people's passion. Today I'm here with Adam. Hi, Adam.
Hi, how are you doing, Emily?
Great. I'm happy that you're here, taking the time to sit down with me today. So I've known you for a little bit, small community, but people that don't know you. Tell me a little bit more about yourself.
So my name's Adam Van Passen. I grew up here in Norfolk County. I was born onto a farm, and I got to work on that farm growing up, which was a great learning experience. From a young age, I got to understand what hard work was and what it was to be close to nature. So that was very cool for me. Growing up like that, my dad also was a counselor for Haldeman, Norfolk, and he had a big part in shaping what is today Norfolk County. So I got to see that, and watching him and experiencing him work through that really sparked an interest in me for the county and what it could become.
Great. So not like the typical kids. We hear most high schoolers just ready to get out of their hometowns and go explore the city and something else, and it doesn't sound like that's your story.
Not at all. I heard a lot of kids saying that they wanted to move on to bigger, better things, and I just really didn't have that feeling. I always thought the biggest, best things were here in Norfolk to start.
So I asked you to pick a location today, and you bring me to a place that I don't know very well in Norfolk. Yeah. So tell me about where we are and why you picked it.
This is a very cool spot. I know a lot of people drive by it, maybe on their way to Long Point or into Port Rowan, but this is Bruce Harbor. So I grew up on Moose Harbor. My best friend, his family owned this place. So I grew up here hanging out, relaxing, boating, going out fishing, going out hunting. I worked here for a while. I did some volunteer work for the Shriners Club here, doing some chicken barbecues. So I really got to experience Norfolk and how community comes together. There's a lot of people that take up their summer residence here in trailers, and it's very cool to see all these people that are coming from other places.
That working? I switched mics. Can you hear me? Okay. All right. As staff mentioned during their presentation, we will only be reviewing 3B and 3D of the capital plan today. So 3A and 3C will be in January. So we are moving along to 3D, requisition from boards and agencies, which is page 66. Okay, any questions? Counselor Vanden Drieschik.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through. The library programs that they have, I suppose we could go over, maybe they could give us a list or a kind of summary of what they need to purchase each year, or is there, when we look at in 23 here, we've got significant amounts. So do they have a list that we see, or?
Library board will be making a presentation, capital request soon. So whenever the deputations are, is it next Thursday? Whenever the staff is doing presentations, whatever day it is, their library's coming. This is more about, yeah, anyways, I'll leave it for that. But yes, there will be an explanation.
Any other questions? I have one question. There's no wrong answer, but it's page 67, and it is with regards to the speed watch signs under the police service board. So I know that this council's made it the former council made it a priority to purchase the signs every year, which I personally think have been a positive addition to the communities. And I know that we got behind in a little bit, but my question is actually probably to you, Mr. Grice. As we begin very, very preliminary discussions here, looking at radar signs, speed watch signs, where there's an enforcement element attached to that, how close are we to looking at implementing that in the community? And then supplementary to that, can they be, then we phase out the speed watch signs where they're just simply telling you the speed, and we are making investments into the radar if that is the will of council.
Certainly. So through the mayor, Mike and his team are still continuing to evaluate that technology and get more information. I would say things are looking promising, and you should see a report from us in Q1 of 2023 that can lay out a roadmap for how we would want to bring that forward, whether it be the number, the locations, that type of thing, but you'll see something from us early in 23.
Okay, so knowing that that's just around the corner, maybe my question is to Al then. I'm more interested, depending on what that report says and what the price of those are, but I'm more interested in something that changes behavior with the enforcement element as opposed to making these annual investments on the speed watch. Do you have any recommendations?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's certainly something we can take back as staff. We can explore different options, see what's been working in other municipalities. We do know categorically that the speed watch cameras, the speed watch programs do have a definitive impact on behaviors over the long term. It takes a couple of $100 tickets to start to change those behaviors. We know that that will have a significant impact on the POA revenues as well. My experience is that if you're going to change behavior, it's a multifaceted approach. This is one of the things that we need to focus on, but we need to sort of generate an entire campaign around it with various different strategies to change the behavior. It's certainly something that's become clear in this community that speed is becoming more and more of an issue. And so as staff, we will take that back. We can certainly come back with a myriad of options for council to consider as part of a comprehensive program.
Okay, I'm just maybe wondering what, Councillor Huffman, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Through you to staff. For that cost of 48,000, how many speed watch signs does that entail? Just 2?
Through the mayor to councillor, the project sheet notes 6.
6. Okay. Is that, now I'm going to be difficult. Is that 6 meaning 12 signs or just 6 meaning 3 locations?
Through the mayor, good question. I believe 6 would be 2 at each location, so 3 locations.
3 locations. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I've got it pretty well every single counselor lined up here to speak. So if it is pertaining to this, instead of moving on, I'm gonna make my rounds, but just a thought while you're thinking about that and asking questions. So, you know, if we look at a deferral of the signs from this year and next, we're at $100,000 of revenue that could potentially be put towards the radar element, which has enforcement. And I only suggest that because we're behind a year with our signs. So we're still playing catch up from a year's worth of signs ago. So I don't know if we make this order, if we're going to get it right away. So just plant that seed with you. Councillor Breton, Van Andrieschie, Michelle, and then I'm catching.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I'll be very quick. I thought the idea was we're going to get a report on portable radar, and that my understanding of it is what's it called, LAS, that would do all that and look after it or set it all up, and that it's a moneymaker, but it's also a deterrent to speeding. That's am I correct on that, Andrew?
Through the mayor, yes, you're absolutely correct. That is what we are looking at. And as Al mentioned, it is certainly not just about the cameras themselves as a revenue generator. It's also outreach and communication that would go along as a part of a more comprehensive package. But as far as the technology goes, yes, you're correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, who monitors them or who makes sure they're running?
So through the chair, I think Mike is still here. Mike is here. He can provide some information. He's been doing the research in the background here.
Yes, through the mayor, if you're referring to the speed watch signs, I believe our road staff would be looking after those, maintaining those and doing the upgrades, maintenance and replacements as required.
Then I would be checking out the one on the 59 just outside Arlington. It hasn't been running in a long time. Thank you.
So, and further to that, police service board determines where they go. We buy them, they allocate the location. We maintain them, and it doesn't generate revenue. Councillor Michelle, Columbus, then Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff, I'm just wondering, and I think maybe this has been raised before, but we have in all of these locations where these speed watch signs are, we have one that's coming into town and then one going out of town. I've never really quite understood why we have one that measures your speed leaving like a place like Port Dover, for example, when you're already kind of going toward an 80-kilometer zone. I'm wondering if we might more effectively split those up and use them only for entering hamlet or town areas, and take those signs, if we're allowed to, and install them in other locations that could easily use them.
Through the mayor, we can OPP sit on the roadside safety committees. We could ask them that. I see your point. I think the indication is, people can come out of town speeding as well as going in, so it's to catch them both ways, but we can mention that to the OPP. Get back to Nelson.
Just supplemental, Madam Chair, that, like, for example, I totally understand. I think everybody would agree, when you're coming into a place like Port Dover, you're entering Port Dover, there's a school there, there's a built up area, there's a stoplight coming. All of that makes sense, but on the way out, when you're well past the school and past the built up area, just don't see the.
Councillor Columbus.
To Andrew, the camera radar signs that we're talking about, I guess the latest version, are they portable? Can you move them from, say, Lindock over to Wyndham Center?
Through the mayor, yes, they are. Typically, how most municipalities would roll them out is you would buy a number of housings, for example, that you would install, and then you would buy a handful of cameras that you would rotate through those locations.
To me, that's what makes sense. I think that's great. We should move that.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just to staff, am I mistaken, or is there also a line item in the levy budget that we also buy these things? This money goes to the services board for them to purchase it, but do we also purchase more of them out of the levy dollar? I've argued this before.
Through the mayor, obviously on roads, we have budget items that we could, but I think since we've got the money from the police services board, all that works, we only buy things through their program.
Have I missed anyone that wanted to speak? Okay, so obviously I am no road engineer, but 2 quick Google searches on radar, these machines average anywhere from $10 to $2,000. So if we go, 7,500 times 6, it's the same as our current radar that is in the budget for the 2023 year, as well as the 2024 year. And we're still waiting on the 2022 signs to be put out in the community. My question to council is there any interest in deferring the speed watch sign from $48,000 in the 2023 year? And hoping that in Q1, January, we have a report. See you, Teresa. We have a report coming with potential radar. If not, we have signs coming because they're coming late, but that's the question I posed to you, Teresa.
Through the mayor to council, I just wanted to mention that we had made a decision at PSB early in the year because we had talked with staff in the operational divisions that we were not going to purchase any additional signs this year because we still had a number of signs from last year that had to be put up. So we got those put up as a priority this fall. And then we were going to bump those purchases to 2023. So I don't believe we purchased any signs this year. I think we were just putting up the residual that we had from last year. Bill can confirm that.
Okay, so the 2023, the meaning that we don't have any coming in now, that final, the purchase that I thought was outstanding was bumped and 2023 stands for that year.
That's my understanding.
Councillor Columbus and then Van Andriesch and then Van.
The revenue from these camera radar, is it go to the province or to the?
Through the mayor, that's something I'd have to look at unless Mike knows off the top of his head. I'm not familiar with, say, the back end of that program at this point. It's sorry, wasn't on my radar for discussion today. My apologies.
Yeah, through the mayor, sorry, I don't think I really have anything to offer at this point in time. There's probably certain funding models, some administrative costs, because it is a partnership with the LA basic S group, which is an offset of basic AMO. So I think they work on various funding models and there will be administrative costs, set up software. So all that will be brought forward in early 2023.
My next question would be if we pass this under the police service board specifically as speed watch signs and then have a report come to us in Q1 for radar signs, are we able to encourage police service board to use the funds. It's the same concept. Councilor Hoffman?
Well, I just want, sorry, through you, Chair Martin, I just want to say, I certainly don't think the Police Services Board would have any objection to us going to radar, that using the speed watch sign dollars for radar sign dollars. I have absolutely no qualms about that at all.
Okay, sorry, I jumped ahead there. I believe I have Councilor Van Passen. Van Andriesch, then Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I would hope that we would put that somewhere that can be noted by the Police Services Board, that if the 48 stays in, which I think it should, but it should go towards the radar rather than just the watch signs. I would hope that that would be done.
Councilor Van Passen?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Do we have some sort of agreement or commitment with the Police Services Board that we're collecting $48,000 of tax money? We hand it over to them. They go buy these things, then they give them back to us to install and maintain. Where does any of that make sense? So why don't we just not hand it over to the Police Services Board, keep it within our own budgets? We're going to be installing them anyway. We're going to be picking them up from the suppliers. So why, is there some reason why we're handing this money over to them just to get it back?
Councilor Hoffman?
Thank you, through you, Chair. I believe the OPP play a role in designating where some of those speed signs go due to high-risk offending areas. Police Services Board certainly doesn't make that determination.
We have a committee that does that. They are involved with that. There's no doubt about that. But why do we give them the money so that they can buy the things and then they give them back to our road staff to go install them? And then they sit with our road staff and our engineering staff and decide where they get to put. And then our road staff put them there. That's a whole extra layer of silliness in between. And if we just kept the money in our own budget, we could decide to not buy the speed signs. We're going to buy radar signs instead, and sit down with that same committee, decide where they should be put, when they should be put there. It just makes no sense to me to hand it back and forth.
I don't disagree, so I guess I would look to staff. I know we've kind of muddied this one up, but is there a preference on how we would handle this? We could be totally off the mark by removing $48,000 from the budget and have radar signs come in significantly more than that. Or we could be looking at a budget amendment because we don't go with radar signs and we've removed the $48,000 and we decide we still want to treat the regular speed watch signs with priority. So sorry, it's your hand. Go ahead, Amy.
No problem. I just thank you, Mayor, through you and to council. I just wanted to note that the speed watch signs are levy funded. So these projects will come back with the levy budget and council will get another chance to look at those in January. They're directly on the levy. So there is that. And then I wanted to note that Rob's been sharing with me that he had seen the radar signs implemented at another municipality where he worked before, and the funds were coming back to the municipality and they were installed to be cost neutral, and that was just a couple of years ago. So if that experience from his other municipality carries forward, that's something that we can consider as well. But again, you'll get another chance to look at those with the levy budget as they're a levy funded project.
Thank you. Very helpful. Councilor Van Patten?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With that answer from staff, would it be logical for today's motions that we remove the $48,000 from the 2023 and 2024 capital budgets? Not approve that today. We can always put it back in when we do the levy budgets in January. But we had a goal today to finalize certain sections. So I would support the motion that we withhold those two amounts from the section 3D that we're working on.
Okay, there's a motion. Oh, go ahead, Amy.
If I could, through the mayor to Councilor Van Passen, it might be simpler for you to leave it in today, and then you have the option to remove in January when this comes back for levy.
He's hoping that we remove it and forget about it. And then it doesn't. Councilor Van Passen.
Well, I thought that the idea of today's exercise is to whatever we do today, we lock in stone so the staff can go commit on it. And if we want to add stuff later, that's okay, but you can't take away stuff that somebody has already committed and, you know, did the work on the tenders and things like that. So my preference would be to take it out and always put it back. Tell somebody no, it's always easier to say yes later than it is the other way around.
Yeah, so thank you. Yes, you're correct, Councilor Van Passen. Anything that is funded from debt or reserve funds, development charges and grants donations is finalized today. The only ones that in those projects, once council approves today, absolutely everyone can go and start issuing those tenders. The only ones that do come back are those that are directly funded by the levy and the rate. So if you're looking, we're on page 67. So if you see the levy rate column there, any of those items that are directly funded by levies or rates, those will come back with the corresponding levy or rate budget, and council will look at those again. So those projects, even for what we approve today, those projects still need to wait until the final approval comes forward with the other respective budgets where the funding is directly flowed.
Your motion stand.
But all of these ones in this category are funded from levy or this paid, like the conservation authorities, all those issues as well. And again, I thought we were gonna lock those in so that that can go to the conservation authority and they already know that and they can build their budget around that. So, again, I think it's important for me to pull it out now and add it back later if that's what we agree to when we do the levy budget in January.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Brunton. Further discussion and or debate? Seeing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Councillor Brunton. 67, yeah. Go ahead, turn your microphone on, please.
Madam Mayor, I just have a question. I'm not sure with the Long Point Region Conservation Authority and yeah, it's not for 2023, which I guess is put off, but I see we have all the dams back in there, and I guess maybe Councillor Columbus can help me answer these questions, but a lot of money. And I'm kind of under the impression last time I was there that we were looking at trying to decommission these dams, get rid of them. Is that still a possibility?
Yeah. It's still up in the air. I know you have to do an environmental assessment apparently on these dams, whether you're decommissioning them or restoring them, what I'm told. So, for example, in Hay Creek that was mentioned by Councillor Van Passen, I got a feedback back from Judy Maxwell, the general manager. It was a high priority or a high risk dam, but because we're installing a double culvert now, it's going to a low risk dam. That was the question that we had earlier. So so that dam's probably going to stay in the Hay Creek Dam. And there's the Victoria dams coming up for consideration and Taterville Dam right quick also next few years. So that's where it's at. It's got to go through the process. These dams are all a special levy to each municipality. So if Norwich or Oxford has a dam in their jurisdiction, their municipality has to pay for that. If there's some, most of them are in Norfolk, obviously, because it's the larger catch area, catch watershed catchment area. So it's up to Norfolk County to have a special levy to either decommission these dams or to enhance and improve them.
Yeah, that's fine. I guess my concern is like when we dealt with them in the past, going back a ways now, but we talked seriously of decommissioning, and whether we have to get an EA or not, all I'm saying is that still a possibility? These are big costs, and I don't know.
It's a possibility, but each dam was built there for a certain purpose, like for irrigating crops or aesthetics, I guess. Or there was a mill there at one time, like there's several places where there was a a grain mill or a sawmill or something of that nature.
Thank you.
Councilor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just a follow up to that discussion, generally, it is costs more to decommission the dam than it does to keep it. So that's why I think why these studies are coming forward is what would it take? Like sometimes they're beyond repair, so you have to decommission it. Or you can patch it up for reasonable price and it's good for another 15, 20 years. And at that point, let's see what happens again. But, there is a very expensive process to decommission the dam because you can't let any of that silt move.
And that was the situation with the Meisner Dam. Had the Meisner Dam come out, there would have been all kinds of issues with boats downstream, plus all the silt that you'd have to move and truck to Sarnia or some faraway place to get treated.
Hey, I'm looking, I recall our trip to the Teeterville Dam is, and I know I'm dragging this out, but I have my opinion on what some of those dams should look like before we're finished.
Okay, thanks, everyone. So we're gonna move along. Section 4, capital reserves, reserves, funds, and development charges. We're on page 69. Any questions of committee? Go ahead, take your time, flip through more than just 69 to the reserves, and I will wait. Councilor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to make a comment that the first one of these I ever looked at as a counselor, they printed in red with the odd little bit of black. And I am happy to see that, you know, we're getting it balanced between the red and the black. Not perfect yet, but we'll get there.
Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. Great. The last part of the agenda we have here is the budget engagement. So proposed 2023 to 2032 capital plan report CS 22-150. We're moving into the final item on the agenda for today, which is the budget engagement campaign results. I don't think staff have any plans to discuss it, right? So we'll just, are there any questions? Over there, a few seconds. While everybody's browsing, staff, this is our second year of, or third year of the survey.
Through the mayor, I believe this is the third year of the survey.
Are we seeing improvements year over year, more participation? Any comments about?
That is actually something we noticed this year, that participation was actually down significantly from last year. We did change the system that we used for the survey, so I don't know if that was possibly part of it, but even looking at the number of views of the page, despite increased advertising efforts, we did see less people participating. So I don't know, that could be too, with more people home in 2021 and 2020, they might have been more likely to participate.
Councilor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, I still have my reservations about these surveys, but I am hoping that by next year, when 9,100 other homes get high-speed internet and access to the internet across Norfolk County, that the participation by the public might be better.
Councilor Columbus.
Well, I noticed 130 responses, got a population of 65,000 or more. Not very good. And all you need is one special interest group to make a movement forward and block, put their interests forward with respect to the same kind of thing. Example, an environmental group or something. It could really sway the results that they're served.
Any other questions or comments with regards to the budget survey? Councillor Barry.
Yeah, it's with 130 responses, like clearly this is not representative of really anything, which I guess is what Mike was saying. But I guess my question to follow up with that is how much stock does staff put in this thing? I guess I'd like to answer that question first. Is it like how seriously do we take the 130 responses when we do this?
Through the mayor to council, yes, we basically have the same opinion. It's not overly useful information when you're looking at such a small sample size, but it's definitely worth continuing, I think, from our perspective and trying new things to see if we can get better engagement from the public.
Then my follow-up question is how many, so I'm not trying to be confrontational, but like how many times do we do this until we get the result that we want, or it's just become something that we're spending time on that's not useful? I guess, like, do you have a goal where you want it to be in 3 years or 5 years or whatever? How many every years to make it so it is relevant?
That's a very difficult question to answer. I will say, I don't know that we have a specific goal, but the participation does seem to be a similar challenge with other municipalities that we've been speaking to that are doing enhanced engagement efforts as well. So I don't know if it gets to a point where it's a council decision whether you want us to continue with this or try new ideas. We'll keep bringing forward things that the industry is doing and see where they go.
And my last question then is, you mentioned early, a few minutes ago that you see it as, you agree that it's not a particularly relevant sample size, but you believe it's worth doing. So if it's not a relevant sample size, I guess, what is the value that you are getting out of it to make it worth doing?
Through the mayor, I would say the value is that it still gives residents who want to communicate with council that way about the budget a chance to have their voice heard. So we're always going to bring that information forward to you and you can use it as you wish. It's just from a staff perspective, it's likely not that we're going to take the survey results and develop a budget for you specifically based on that group's desires.
Okay, seeing nothing further. So we need two motions. We need a motion to receive staff report CS 22-195 regarding the budget engagement results as information. Mover, Kathy.
Through the mayor, if I may, we have a couple of other suggestions for what has come up that we want to communicate with council. The first item is to Councillor Columbus's question regarding remediation. We did look into it and you were correct. The very first phase we did fund, it was the initial project, was 275,000 from reserves. I'm sorry, 275 from reserves, 245 from gas tax revenues, and 130,000 from investment in Ontario reserves. So, and I'm going to pass it on to Amy. She has a recommendation of the council to consider to revise some funding, and then over to Mr. Goodland, who has a suggestion for one project.
Thank you, Kathy. Through the mayor to council, we were asked earlier about the grant funding on the Simcoe Rec Center full roof replacement and what source that was. So we've done some investigation, and there was a budget amendment earlier in the year, and that was an error. That grant funding should have been, or that project, excuse me, should not have grant funding. It should have been fully funded from the reserve. So what we'd like to do is move that 450,000 over to the reserve column. The reserve is sufficient to support that, and my apologies to council.
Through Madam Mayor, I think I'm correct. If we go back to page 58, section 3B of the budget, with the tire and chip with the elimination of the tire and chip program, if you look at the very bottom, we've got an item for $244,000. That is actually a new roller for the tire and chip program. So I'm thinking, if I'm correct, that 244 could be removed from the capital budget. I think Mr. Sloan and his nod, I'll leave it at that, so.
Okay, that's great. So that was page 58. It is the very last item. Fleet capital equipment replacement program, $244,000. Second last line, but Councilor Duffy?
Just happily make a motion to remove that.
Is that how you want to do it, Teresa, or is?
So through the mayor, with respect, we can do it that way with respect to what Bill just said. I think that was maybe an error in the document. It's not really moving it. Shouldn't have been there to begin with.
Well, we weren't sure of council's decision. If it was to keep tire and chip program in house, we would definitely, our old roller is at the 10 or 12 year end of its life.
So does that still hold? Are we still making the $30,000? Just remove 200. That's the same separate. Okay.
Yeah, I think we're on the capital side as before said, and actually there will be a few more items in there in the next couple of years, like distributor and the fire truck, which we can drop off as well. But I thought this may impact our 2023. So I haven't confused everyone. We don't need that 244 because we're not renewing that roller.
All right, so Councilor Duffy's moved the motion to remove the 244,000. Councilor Huffman is seconding that motion. Any further discussion, debate, call the question? All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Okay. So we do need a motion to receive the staff report with the budget engagement results as information. Moved by Councilor Van Andriesch, seconded by Councilor Michelli. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. We also need a mover and a seconder to receive Rob Fleming's slideshow presentation from earlier as information. Moved by Councilor Huffman, seconded by Councilor Berry. All in favor? And that is carried. Teresa.
Through the mayor, and so this is just a question to finance. We do have a motion that we wanted council to approve today, but I don't know if you need time to correct it. So if we could just take a 5-minute break.
Actually, while you're doing that, I'll make a couple comments for council with regards to the budget. So I hope that that was a good experience to go through kind of line by line. You can see how it's presented. You can see where the funding sources come from. You can see how you can shuffle the budget. But in the future, what we will do is ask that when we get into operating budget, ask that council members send their questions to staff in advance. If there's something that's really contentious or you think is a big community issue, then feel free to use your voice and bring it up here. But otherwise, get those questions through to staff. Staff will get us the information earlier as well. And we'll really focus on the 2023 year unless you think it's relevant in 2024, 2025 that needs to be addressed. And if so, come prepare with, a motion to make those adjustments if needed, but most of it won't be capital anymore. So anyway, so please send your questions to staff in advance and we'll try to expedite the process and won't take a slow of a approach as we move forward. And we'll wait for staff.
Do you want to just take a 5-minute break?
2:25, back at 2:30.
On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. with hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk.
All right, we are ready to wrap up the day. So we have a couple of motions to end with. The first, I'm looking for a mover and a seconder for that funding for project 5332309 Simcoe Rec Center pool replacement on page 55 be amended from $450,000 in grants and $300,000 in reserves to $750,000 reserve and reserve funds. Mover and seconder. Councillor Van Andriesch, seconded by Councillor Brunton, all in favor. Carried unanimously. Thank you. The second one we're going to do is a consensus motion, or sorry, a motion to wrap up all of the consensus motions we've done throughout the day. So all of the motions we've passed, if you need them pulled up on the screen, we can, if you're uncomfortable with any of them. Otherwise, I'll just get a mover and a seconder and it's a vote to confirm what we've done today. Is everyone comfortable with it that way? Okay. Councillor Michelle moves, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Wonderful. Thank you. Pass it over to, sure, go ahead.
Did we move the needle on the budget? Okay.
Teresa's
All right.
gonna put
All right, sorry.
a motion up on the screen for us. That's okay. There we go. So this will be the final motion that we're going to pass concerning budget today. And we did move the needle very slightly.
So through the mayor, just to help council, the original number that I have highlighted did say, see if I can read a number today, 50,849,000, and now it's been reduced to 50,317,000. And the bottom number highlighted used to say 779,538,000, and now it's been reduced to 77645.
While staff are getting that, let's get a mover and a seconder, because it's not going to change the work we did today. So moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Berry. Is there any discussion based on what happened today and or debate? Okay, seeing none, we'll wait for that percentage. Counselor Van Passen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since we got to cover a little bit of time, I'd like to log a little point that I did campaign a little bit down around Ward 4 this year again. A lot of things they talked about was trying to get equity. I know it can never be perfect, but you know, in the grand scheme of things, you know, we do 90 kilometers of tar and chip out in the rustic countryside of Norfolk County for about the same amount of money as one block of the urban area when they have a reconstruction job. And we just passed all those, you know, pages of asphalt repairs. You look at the number that are in the urban areas and the number that are in the rural areas, it's not equity. So if you hear me whining about this once in a while through the course of the next 4 years, I'll probably bring it up again. But, you know, we got to start looking at a bit of that, you know, there's certain sectors of the county that feel left out, like they feel that their concerns are not met. They don't believe they're getting a fair and equitable return on their tax dollars. And so everybody can sort of keep that in the back of their mind when guys like me whine about, you know, the price of pumping out a holding tank in Turkey Point as opposed to the sewage system downtown when, you know, we're subsidizing the rate budget by having to pay for our fire services that we already pay for in taxes. Little things like that might come up once in a while. So don't totally ignore them. There is some little truth to it, the complaints we get. Thank you for letting me vent.
You're welcome. Staff, you ready?
We are, thank you, through the mayor to council. So from years 2024 to 2032, it's a 0.4% reduction. And for 2023, it was 1%. Through the mayor to council comments, yes. So 1% on 2023 and 0.4% on the rest of the plan. That's so sorry. Is council asking for a change in the impact of the levy budget?
Our original recommendation, oh, you know what? It might not have included it in the recommendation, but in the report, it presented us 4.02%. And so we're asking, where are we at presently? Now that we will be passing this next Tuesday, going into operating budget.
Through the mayor, I can kind of answer that. So it's a bit of a tricky answer because this reduced the capital plan by the figures Amy mentioned, but the impact to the levy supported operating budget is very much dependent on our financing plan and the debt servicing costs. So that doesn't necessarily directly correlate unless we decide to make further reductions. So we'd have to come back with you or to you with updated figures.
Okay, I get that. It's confusing how it's in our budget with a solid 4%.
Yes.
So then after a day of work, we want to see what we've accomplished and we can't get a figure.
If I may, Madam Mayor, I think the 1% reduction is a little more complicated. It doesn't necessarily equate to a 1% reduction in the operating budget. Staff would then have to go through each and every one of the projects that were either cut out or reduced and then see what the funding source was for those projects and then determine what the operating impact is on the levy. I think staff can certainly work on that and bring it back on Tuesday just for council's information, or we can send it out. But it's a little bit more of a complicated calculation. You can't necessarily just give that to you right on the spot.
Okay, I guess it doesn't change the work we did anyways, so not going to make a difference. So it's moved, and you have a mover and a seconder recorded. Okay, so any final discussion or debate? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion on the floor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay, last but not least, we're looking for a motion to adjourn at 2:41 p.m. moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by,
Madam Mayor, could I ask, I got my new little tablet here, I got a email about the legacy fund. Somebody sent it to me anyways. Could I ask, we're going to get a further report on that later on, set? somebody answer that? Is that coming?
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Brunton, yes, the report is coming in the new year with some more information on the legacy fund for you. And then there's also the question from our finance orientation day, and that we'll have some follow-up information coming in email and council shortly on that.
So did you send that email out the other day? I know I read it, but I just wonder, I can't remember who sent it.
I haven't sent it yet. It's coming shortly from me.
Well, somebody sent the
Somebody is
legacy
looking
fund
different.
in. It's a kind
Oh, the
of,
memo. Oh, sorry, I apologize. My mistake. Yes, the performance memo for this year. Yes, absolutely. I was getting it mixed up with another item.
okay. Okay, well, I only have one question, and that is when we get that report, will we get more detail on the equities? Can we, please? Please, please?
On the specific equities that our portfolio is invested in.
That's correct. There's, I think it said 50% equities right now, isn't it?
Yeah, so 50% of our portfolio, sorry, through the mayor to council button, 50% of our portfolio is invested in equities, and that's based on the risk level that council decided to take at the time. One fund will not release the exact equities that they invest in, the specific breakdown. I think that's because they have a certain mix, and they consider that proprietary. So I don't know that we'll be able to provide the exact specific equities to you that are made up in that.
You got a lot of money in that portion of the legacy fund, and I think we should be entitled to that. Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Would it be possible, like we get an annual report from one fund in the middle of summer, maybe forward last year's report to new counselors so they can get their background on it?
Yes, through the mayor to councilor, yes, we can look at the information that was provided when they were here last and recirculate that.
Councillor Huffman, can you amend your motion to adjourn at 2:44 PM?
Yes, I can amend that.
I don't know who seconded that. Okay, seconder, Councillor Vanden Driesche, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you, everyone, staff and council for your work.